All right, y'all, we are back again. I hope that you were able to find this link. I hope you got a notification letting us know or letting you know that we are live here. I did post the links in the chat, so hopefully some more folks will be joining us. We are still waiting on that live feed from Houston to come back. So we're just waiting for them to rejoin us while they get set up for Jerry Granata. Speaking of Jerry, let's take a look at the rest of our schedule today if you are just joining us. So we are about halfway done with our day, and we just finished up with Annie doing Laura Star Effortless Ironing. Unfortunately, Monica could not be with us today, but we had Annie showing you how to use your Laura Star iron in your sewing, your quilting, your garment sewing, etc. So now we have Jerry Granata coming back up again, teaching us about long arm quilting. And then we're going to have Kate Quinn show us some fantastic Sew Steady Westalee rulers and how she uses them in her ruler work quilting. So get excited for that. At 3:30 after that, we've got Wendy Chow coming back with another quilt club demonstration. I think you guys are really, really going to enjoy that. Wendy is a fantastic new brother educator, and she also has her own blog, The Weekend Quilter. So please take a look at that if you'd like. She makes some really gorgeous quilts, and she does some awesome work. After Wendy, we have Cindy Hogan coming back again with the ScanNCut. But instead of talking about the new My Connection feature, she's going to be talking about the BES software. Now, BES software is fantastic. It is also something we are throwing in with some machine purchases. So take a look at the flyer that we have on our Quilt Fest landing page for some of those specials and those bundles that we've got for different machines. They are really awesome. And guys, these are the lowest prices of the year. So if you have been contemplating buying one of these machines before, absolutely do it now. Take advantage of it now, because these are the lowest prices of the season. Once they're gone, they're gone. If you want to pick up one of these, I highly recommend that you run, do not walk, to your nearest AllBrands store. And just remember, we've got 6 store locations. Unfortunately, our store location in New Orleans is still closed due to Hurricane Ida damage, but should be reopening very soon within the next couple weeks. Our Baton Rouge store is open. We are actually in the studio at the Baton Rouge location. So hop on over there if you're in the Baton Rouge area and come chat with some of our awesome sales folks, and they will show you these incredible machines that we've got running and we're running sales on. Head on over to the Slidell location off the I-10 East Service Road. We also have one in Lafayette if you're near there, right off Ambassador Caffrey Parkway. We've got another one in Houston in the Clear Lake area off of Egret Bay Boulevard. And then we've got one in San Antonio on West Avenue. So please give them a call or head on over there and take a look at some of these awesome machines that we are running specials on. Now, if you aren't anywhere near one of these store locations, that's okay. I want to say, no, your other brother dealers are not going to be giving you the same package deals like we are. These are the ones that are unique to us. However, if you are not near us, that is a-okay. If you are interested in a machine, please call our 800 number for pricing. That is 1-800-739-7374. One more time, in case you want to write it down, that is 1-800-739-7374. So give them a call. We've got customer service reps on the line that can help you out with pricing and any other questions that you may have. Or if you have questions, drop them down in the chat too, because we do have brother educators in the chat answering questions. And many thanks to them for helping us out with this process. There are a lot of moving parts going on right now, and we are thankful to everyone who is helping to make this happen, both in person and online. I hope you are having fun. I hope you're watching, and I hope you're enjoying this. Hi, Alyssa. It's so good to see you in the chat. Oh my gosh. All right, let's say hello to some folks in the chat real quick. We got a lot of people coming in. So Shirley Burling is back. Karen Butler is over here now from Michigan. Hi from Michigan. Hello from Baton Rouge. We're here. Catherine watching. Good afternoon from Texas. I know. I wish I could be at the show too, but I hope this is a good comparable change up or good comparable solution to those of us who can't make it. I hope that you are enjoying this. Karen Carr is ready and waiting. Me too. I'm ready and waiting for Jerry to come on. So we're going to say hello to some more folks after we come back from this demo, but Jerry is ready. So let's bring on Jerry and we can talk about long arm quilting. Oh, Rob, I think that Jerry's mic is muted, unfortunately. Hey guys, so just a few technical difficulties with Jerry. We are going to get that mic working really quickly for you. But take a look at this long arm, y'all. Oh my gosh. All right, guys, let's see if we can try and get this sound working for Jerry. We're going to try and reach out to our folks in Houston and try and unmute this sound. Again, I'm so sorry for the technical difficulties we're having here, but thank you for sticking with us. We're going to try and get that fixed for you as soon as possible. Let's see. Again, guys, please call the 800 number for pricing. We are going to try and get this mic situation worked out for you as soon as possible. If we could get Robert over here to unmute Jerry's mic, that would be awesome. We're going to try and make that happen as soon as possible. Let's see. Oh yeah, unfortunately, I can't do it over here, but we're going to try and make that happen quickly. Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, Jerry is muted. Let's see. We're going to try and get this figured out as soon as possible.
Love the mask, though.
I know, y'all. Look at Jerry's Disney mask. Isn't it cute? I feel like I'm giving like live commentary right now. Unfortunately, we cannot hear anything. I'm trying to get in touch with them to try and figure out what the deal is. Sorry for the technical difficulties, but we are going to try and get this figured out as soon as possible, y'all. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We're going to try and get this figured out as ASAP. But look at Jerry. Oh my gosh, I love it so much. Let's see if we can get this sound situation figured out. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. We got that screen on this lovely long arm here, y'all. Let me take a look at what Jerry is demonstrating on right now. We're going to try and see if we can. Oh, it's the Dream Quilter. I'm sorry. It's the Dream Quilter, the 15X. Absolutely fantastic machine here, you guys. So Jerry's just demonstrating doing some free motion with this Dream Quilter. I really wish you could hear what he was saying because I'm sure he's giving out fantastic information, but unfortunately Jerry is muted. I'm trying to get in touch with our team in Houston to unmute Jerry, but unfortunately we're trying to make that happen for you guys, but thank you for sticking with us.
We can try to guess what he's saying.
I know, right?
We can read lips.
Yeah, I'm trying to get, yeah, right? Let's see if we can try and get this to happen. Yeah, Connie, this is hilarious. I love that. We're rolling with the punches.
Or I can create a border set.
Here we go.
Yay!
Yes!
So it comes with the border plus the corners. So pantograph is if I just want to do a nice edge to edge from one side to the other, advance my quilt, and keep repeating that design so I can just get that quilting done. Now, what's nice about this is there are various frames that are available. You could get the 5-foot frame that's more of a clamping frame, or you could get the traditional 8-foot, 10-foot, or 12-foot frame. So it's just whatever. I always advise people to get the biggest frame size that will fit their home. So let's start in Select and Sew, because I have a sample over here. Let me just advance my quilt, advance my machine over. Okay. So let's do Select and Sew. And my machine is asking me to set a safe zone, which means this is the area that I have told my machine I want to stitch in. And I'm going to choose a design and open that design. So now I am going to place my pattern. And really, folks, this could not be easier on this software. I have 4 points that I need to touch on my screen. There are 4 circles. Rob, can we get a close in on that? I have 4 circles. Thank you. 4 circles here that are grayed out. Those designate the 4 points of my block. So all I have to do is hover my needle over one of the corners. Now, I'm free to choose any corner that I want to start with. And I can change these at any time, too, if I'm not happy. But I'm going to hover my needle over a corner and touch one of the gray squares, or the circles. I'm going to move to the next corner, touch, move down, and touch, and move to the lower left and touch. Now, I have drawn a square, a somewhat square. My drawing skills are not up to what they should be, but I have drawn what represents a square on my quilt, so a block on my quilt. So this is where I want my design to be, and that's why I designated those 4 corners of my imaginary block. So now all I have to do is touch quilt, and the machine is now going to connect to the computer. So the robotics are now taking over. The first thing I need to do is pull up my bobbin, because I do not want a thread nest underneath. So what's going to happen is the machine will move to the point where it's going to start, and it will take a stitch, and it's going to move away. Now, this is all being done by computer. If you notice, I'm not touching this. So it's going to move away, and it's going to bring up the bobbin thread, which I will then bring up. All I have to do is touch sew. And what's going to happen now is the machine will return to the place where the bobbin thread came up. It will take an anchoring stitch, and it will then start the pattern. So right now it's just doing a couple anchors. And off we go. Now I like to stop it at this point so I can cut my threads. You can bury your threads if you like at this point, or you can just continue on because you've got anchoring stitches. So you can just keep right on going. And we're going to let this pattern stitch out. And notice that it is going to stitch right in the box that I designated, in the block that I designated. I just find this fascinating. I think it's absolutely incredible that I can hook a computer up to my Longarm machine and it can stitch out the pattern for me. I just think this is brilliant. It's such a quick, fast, and easy way to get your quilting done. And it's, again, it's customizable. So you can choose a specific size in your block. Now, I could have made this, this is roughly around 4 or 5 inches. I could have made this 12 inches. I could have made an 8 inches out of an 8-inch block. It could be 10-inch block maybe. Again, it all determines on where I touch those points and use those points with my needle. So this will keep going until the pattern is finished. And then again, what's going to happen is it's going to bring up I can bring up my bobbin thread, cut my threads, and then I'm finished with that pattern and move on to the next one. It just can't get any simpler than this. So if you have an opportunity, I would love to show you more on this machine. So please, please come on into the Houston International Quilt Festival, and I'd love to show you more of this machine. The package price that they have on this will absolutely blow your mind. So you really need to come in. You will not believe the price. If you are looking for a long arm, this is a great opportunity to jump into that community and get the long arm of your dreams and get your quilts done. So again, I'm Jerry Granata. I'm from Palm Springs, California. I'm coming to you from the Houston International Quilt Festival. I would love to show you more of the Brother Dream Quilter 15. Thank you so much.
All right, y'all. What a fantastic demo from Jerry Granata. Thank you so much to Jerry for helping us out and showing us some awesome long arm quilting. I know, unfortunately, we had some sound issues with that when we first got started. So in case you missed anything that Jerry may have said, that machine that he just demonstrated on is the Brother Dream Quilter Pro. That is the DQLT 15X. It is a 15-inch Dream Quilter quilting machine. It has stitch regulation. It's got a long arm, it's got a touch screen. And we are also throwing in a bonus light bar with purchase of just the machine head. Now, something else that I wanted to bring up to you guys is that we have a bunch of specials that you can purchase with this machine. I'm trying to find them in our catalog right now, but I'm going to pull this up. I will pull this up for you. Excuse me. Let me see here.
You can go to the promotions page.
Yes, you can go to the current specials and promotions page on our website.
I have all of the graphics
I
laid out.
found it. Here we go. So let me go ahead and share this this flyer so you can take a look. We've been kind of following along with this the entire festival, so hopefully this is helpful to you. So this is the Dream Quilter. It is such a great quilting machine. I know you couldn't hear what Jerry was saying, but you could see him. So hopefully that helps, or that showed you just how fantastic this machine really is. So this is the Dream Quilter Pro. You can bundle while you are at the festival, and this one we can't advertise price on. We have a show special of only $29.99. I can't read today apparently, but normally this machine will go for $5,000, just the machine head. So you are getting $2,000 off on this, and if you do financing, this is only $250 over the course of 12 months. So it's really not that much of a time or a money sink on especially such a nice quilting machine. If this is something that you would really like to get into, this is the perfect machine for you. So we are also offering that 60-month 0% APR financing on bundles over $5,000 with this machine. Now, for only $1,000 more, you can add a 5-foot dream frame, 5-inch dream frame. What am I talking about? You can add in a 5-foot dream frame with this machine for only $1,000 more. Total, normally this would be a $7,300 bundle right here, but it's only $1,000 more. So you are only paying $3,999.99 for that package. And if you want to, you could also, or you could just add for $2,000 more, the 10-foot Dream Frame Pro. A little bit bigger, but still just as fantastic. Or you could throw in that 8-foot, 10-foot, or 12-foot continuum frame for only $2,000 more. Now, this total bundle, again, $7,300, but you are saving $2,300 if you bundle with that 10-foot dream frame. Now, remember, and you can see on the bottom here, you can see how much this would be a month for 12 months for your financing if you're curious. If you were to throw in that 10-foot dream frame with the machine and you purchase this the weekend of the festival, you would only have to pay $84 a month for 60 months. Yeah, you heard that right. You heard that right. That is very, very exciting. I hope that you take a look at that machine because that bundle is fantastic. And I haven't even gotten to the best one. You can also add the QCT5, that Dream Motion, beginnings software and robotics for your machine head. And if you do that, you can get the Dream Motion playbook for free. We are going to throw that in for you because we don't just want to throw you out into the open and sink or swim. We want to give you some instruction with this robotic software. So you can bundle that, and that will give you, that'll give you everything you need to get started to start doing free motion quilting or just some robotics and stuff like that. It's so exciting. Oh, it's so exciting. So that is what we've got going on for that machine. You can also, these are some additional accessories that we are offering at some great show prices. We are also offering some pattern perfect design templates. We are also offering a 2-foot frame extension. So, you know, maybe you already have the 5-foot frame at home. You want it to be a little bit wider. Maybe you have the 8-foot and you want it to be 10 feet. 2-foot frame extension right there. We also have the light bars for both the 10 and 5 feet frames. So if you want a light bar like Jerry had in his demo over the top of your machine, so you can see everything perfectly, we are also offering those for the festival. They're also, we also are offering the idler rail or the 4th rail for your batting, and the laser light. That laser guide is incredibly useful. Those are just some other things that we're offering with this machine. And that is all that we are bundling together. Again, those prices are really good. They're really good, you guys. These are the lowest prices of the year. So if this is something that you are considering purchasing, absolutely do it. Absolutely take advantage of these deals. They are amazing. They are absolutely amazing. And again, once the quilt festival ends, you are not going to get prices this low for the rest. I mean, until probably the next festival. So this is the lowest that Brother is letting us go. So absolutely hop in, walk, don't run, go to the festival, go to the store. I believe you can purchase this machine head online.
You can purchase it all online.
Oh yeah, you can purchase all of this online. So this isn't something you have to call us for. You can just go online right now and you can go purchase all of this.
Add to cart.
Add to cart. Yes, add that. Add to your cart. It's there. We have a link with the graphics on our promotions page where you can go straight on through to that. And again, guys, that financing, that 60-month financing, so good. I am super stoked about that. So please, 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 if you are considering, take a look. We got some low prices. That's all I'm going to say. Amazing stuff. Really amazing stuff. So that was Jerry Granata doing long arm quilting. Again, let's take a quick look at our demo schedule for the rest of the day. So we just saw Jerry wrap up his long arm quilting demonstration. Next up, we have got Quinn showing us some fantastic Sew Steady, some ruler work with some Sew Steady Westalee ruler templates. I think you will enjoy that a lot, especially if you're new to ruler work. Kate is great at easing you in. I know it can seem kind of daunting at first, but I'm telling you, once you get a hang of those rulers, you are really going to up your quilting game. They are incredible. Now, who here actually uses Sew Steady rulers already? I want to see like a show of hands in the chat because I'm curious. Let me know. Let me know if you use them and how you like them. And after we've got Quinn, we're coming back again with Wendy Cho. She's going to be doing another demo on the BQ 3100, which is the newest addition to Brothers Quilt Club collection of machines. Now, speaking of Quilt Club, you guys, we're giving away a BQ 950. Yeah, we're giving away a BQ 950. That's another machine in Brothers Quilt Club line. So if you want to learn more about the BQ 950, that's over on our website. But this giveaway is super easy to enter. There are two different ways that you can enter, okay? Number one is you can enter with the the form that we have on our page. We can try and get that linked in the chat for you. They have a form that you just need to fill out. That's it. It's free. You don't have to do anything else. Go ahead and fill that form out, and that will enter you into the giveaway that way. Or we have a giveaway number that you can text. Now, that giveaway number, I'm going to put it over across the bottom of the screen right now, so you should see it kind of going across right now. That giveaway number is a 225 number. All you need to do is text giveaway to this number, and that number is 225-330-7441. Text giveaway to that number, and that will enter you into the giveaway. So do it. Do it. You have nothing to lose. It's free. It's free, and you could win a BQ 950, which is an awesome quilt club sewing and quilting machine. It's got 10 buttonhole options, comes with an extension table. It's got 15 feet that come with it. Oh gosh, you guys, we're giving away some cool stuff, and I'm a little jealous that I can't enter into these giveaways myself because I'm itching. I'm itching for one. I am. So Kitty Gage says, I've tried using the rulers, but need to practice a lot more. Yeah, they do. They do take a little bit of practice, but don't be afraid to try. Don't be afraid to try some new stuff. We all got to start somewhere, right? Now, Sally over on YouTube is saying my video has gone black. Guys on YouTube, let me know if you can still see me and hear me. I just want to double check and make sure that we are in good shape moving forward. I don't want this video to be black and then have you guys not be able to see anything. It's looking good on my end. I'm not noticing any technical difficulties, but just give me a thumbs up in the chat if you can see and hear me okay. I just want to make sure that we don't have any issues moving forward to our next demonstrator, and it's going to be a great time. Let's see. Sally's saying that she can hear but not see. Sally, try refreshing your page maybe. That might be something that can help you out a little bit. Try that out and let me know if it works. Karen over on YouTube is saying that she can see and hear me just fine. So it could be an issue maybe with your internet. I'm not seeing anything on my end, but I could be wrong. I could be totally mistaken. Yes, I love their rulers. Very addicting. Need more sets. Yes, yes, they're so good. They are so good. Okay, Karen's saying that she can see and hear me too. So that's good. That's a good sign. That's a great sign. I love Sew Steady's rulers so very much. So very much. I think that they're great. Okay, I'm getting some thumbs up. I'm getting more thumbs up in the YouTube chat. So that's good. We're doing something right. Yeah. Okay, so you guys, I have some in, I have something in our little hutch here that I wanted to pull out and show you. This is just another one of So Steady's, oh, refreshing worked for you, Sally. Good. Good to hear. That's great. So this is, I just want to show you before we move on to Kate, just how awesome these rulers are. Now I've got a few in the office or the studio right now. This is their 12-inch arc ruler. This is it. We've got some stable tape on the back here. I don't know if you can see that very well, but this is just going to stop that template from sliding while you're doing your ruler work, while you're working with this. This is also the 3-inch feather template that So Steady has. I don't know. Let's see if you can see that. Yeah, hopefully you can. Again, with the stable tape on those corners to stop it from sliding while you were doing your work. I'm holding these in my hand right now, and I just wanted to show you, you know, exactly what some of these look like, because we have some here just for scale and everything. But guys, these are very sturdy. These are very sturdy plastic, or I think it's acrylic actually. These are very, very sturdy, and they are made in the US. These are fantastic. And I don't know how well you can see. You can kind of see it up against my shirt, but we've got some grid lines, some guidelines for you on this one. Let's see. Can you see that? Yeah, kind of. So we've got that, and we've got some more guidelines on this feather template as well. Let's see if I hold it down a little bit. Yeah, you can kind of see them. These are really user-friendly, really user-friendly. Obviously it works, or I would recommend something like Stitch Regulation to help you out in using these. In fact, So Steady did just come out with a BSR table that works with your Bernina machine that has Stitch Regulation. So I would definitely recommend that if you do have a Bernina machine. But these are incredible. So Steady has done so much to make these work for you. Not only do they have these amazing high quality templates, I love these so much, but they also offer the ruler work glider and the extension tables that can really just help you up your game when it comes to ruler work. And I love this. I do really like this arc template, and the is an oval template. I don't remember what set it comes in specifically, but I actually used them to do some ruler work on a quilt for a little spider webs. Just used them like this to make little spider webs, and that worked out really well. So I love these. I do. And again, So Steady has made it so incredibly easy to use these, and for you to really work on your ruler work. That's a strange sentence. Yes, and I love these as well. They are so good. They are so good. So let's go ahead and say hello to some people in the chat really quickly while we are waiting for Kate to get started. I saw plenty of people hopping in earlier today, or earlier when we got started. We've got Kitty Gage watching in Red Oak, Iowa. We've got Beth back from Ohio again. Karen Carr over in Ohio. I asked you guys earlier what sort of projects you were working on at home, and so Karen Butler is saying that she's working on a college-themed quilt for her niece who's up at Michigan Tech. That's awesome. Oh man, that is so cool. I would have loved one of those when I was in college. That sounds great. We've got Tony watching from Los Angeles. Tony is upcycling 2 jean jackets as gifts. I am the biggest fan of upcycling. I love upcycling so much. There are YouTube channels full of different ways to do it, with like men's tops, jean jackets, you name it. Plenty of ways to do it. The sky's really the limit. I love those. I love it. I love it so much. Yes, and I love Wendy too. I'm really glad that she joined the Brother Wagon as well. Her quilts are gorgeous. Her work is really amazing. Let's see who else we got. We've got Liz watching from Alabama. Yes, we've got hi from Massachusetts. Howdy. It's so good to see you. We've got Jane over in Pennsylvania too. Got everybody across the country, and that makes me so happy. We've got Beth Bullard watching again from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Oh, wow. Yes, Delia, I'm so glad you found it. Welcome back. Really great to see you in the chat. Thank you for coming. Oh my gosh. So this is what we've got. Let's see who else we've got over in the chat. Taking a look and see what everybody's got to say. We've got Linda watching from Nebraska. And yes, Nilda, great bundles. Such incredible machines. great bundles on incredible machines too. Like, y'all, the Quilt Fest is my favorite time of year for a reason. This is so exciting. We've got Sherry watching from Stormy, Florida. Hi, Sherry. Stay safe and stay dry in all that weather. We've got Eugenia over in Cleveland, Ohio. Sally from Wyoming. Hi, Sally. Great to see you. Rita, hello again from Australia. Cheers to our friends over in Australia. Really happy that you can be part of this show. I know it's probably either really late or really early where you're at. I'm not quite sure which one. But great to see you. Jane Jarvis is working on making kids quilts for Christmas. Jane, you're ahead of the game. I'm still working on a Halloween costume. I'm way behind. I'm super behind. I do wish we had a Tulsa location. Unfortunately, all of our locations are in Louisiana and Texas, but I'll make sure. We've got so many people asking about locations. Oh my goodness. I will make sure to relay that. Sally is working on a queen size quilt and pillow shams for a grandson. I need to make a bigger quilt. I think the only one that I've made is a bit, it's like I leave it on my couch. It's fairly small. I was too nervous to make something large. And I just wanted to do something small. Not doing housework today. Good. Take a break. Today is today a Bones Day? Today's a Bones Day, you guys. I don't know if y'all know what that means, but today's a Bones Day, and I'm feeling really good about it. I'll explain while we wait. How do I even explain what a Bones Day is?
Tell them about Noodle.
There is a pug on TikTok named Noodles.
He's 13.
He is 13 years old. He's an old pug. And every morning, his owner wakes him up and stands him up. And if he stands up, it's a Bones Day. If he falls over, it is a no bones day. But no bones days are like, take it easy on yourself, chill out for a little bit. Bones days are like, yes, today's gonna be a good day. So today's a bones day, and I'm feeling it. It feels great. It feels great. Yes, I do. My pug is cuter. I believe it. I want to see pictures of your pug now. Oh my gosh, I love dogs. I love pugs. We are getting so off topic today. We are getting so off topic this afternoon, but it's fine. We're waiting on Kate to set up again for So Steady Westalee. But guys, it's Bones Day. I'm feeling good about today. We've been streaming, I think, for about 4 hours, I think, so far.
Yeah.
We have about 3.5 more to go. So things are only going to get funnier and crazier from here. We're just going to slowly lose it on live stream. Oh my gosh. But y'all, it's been so fun hanging out with all of you in the chat. It's a Bones Day. I'm just going to keep dwelling on that. It's a Bones Day. Feels good. Feels good.
It's a Friday.
It's a Friday. It's Bones Day. Yes. Yes, off topic does make it more fun. Thank you, Jade, for enabling me to continue being off topic. We've got Kitty saying, I'm actually doing counted cross stitch while I'm watching a fall flower. And ooh, counted cross stitch is something I have not done in a while. I did it for a little bit, and I would love to get back in there. There's something really therapeutic about that. There's something very different about doing that. Like, it's very hands-on compared to, a lot of the machine embroidery that we do. But we also offer, we do have embroidery floss in all of our stores. I'm just letting you know. So in case you wanted to stop on over for some embroidery floss, that's actually how I got my start in anything embroidery, was hand embroidery, like in an actual hoop, like really old school. I actually started doing that, oh gosh, like 2018, I think. It wasn't very long ago. It was not very long ago at all. I didn't have an embroidery machine at the time. So I was like, well, guess we got to do everything by hand now. Tried it. It's difficult. It's very time intensive. And having something like an upgraded XP1 just makes it so much easier. It makes it so much easier. And I love that so very much. We've got Karina watching from Norway. Oh my gosh. And she's a proud member of the Wolf Pack. Yes, Wolf Pack. We're going to have Angela come on again later today to do another XP2 demonstration. So I hope you stay tuned for that, Karina. I'm not sure what time it is over there by you. I think it's like a 6 or 7 hour time difference between us and Norway? Question mark? I think so.
I'm going to look that up.
Yeah, look it up because we're curious. Let's see. I just cannot get the hang of counted cross stitch. Yeah, I mean, it varies for everyone. It can be challenging for some people.
7 hours.
7 hour time difference. That's it.
When Angela's on at 5
Yes.
p.m. here, it'll be midnight.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Saturday.
It'll be midnight on Saturday, Karina. I hope
Well,
hang out if you like, but also.
So it'll just turn Saturday.
Yeah, it will be. Let's see. We got Connie. Connie said, I just finished a couple of crochet baby blankets. That's great. Oh, Karina's telling us it's just past 10 in the evening over there.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. Well, I hope you're enjoying the show. Hey, worst case, if you do fall asleep, you can come back and rewatch the show. We have it on replay. We will have it on replay for in perpetuity. So please join us or come see us if you want to watch the replay. And if you want to hang out with us live too. I mean, hey, I've been having a great time hanging out with all of you in the chat today. And yes, we love Angela in the Wolfpack. I love Angela so much. She is a fantastic educator. And Arnell, I hope you saw her XP2 demo earlier today. It was awesome and full of giveaways. It was great. Jane says it's very relaxing doing counted cross stitch. And I've heard that from a lot of people. It can be really, like, once you kind of get into the groove of it, it's definitely really tranquil.
That's like,
I think it's that's a good word for it.
During quarantine, I picked up punch needling.
Punch needle. Oh my gosh, yeah.
And it just became very monotonous.
Right.
Just kept
you
going,
can just put on a TV show and then you're just just going for it. It's really nice. It's kind of therapeutic in a way.
Yes.
I mean, I'm thankful. Don't get me wrong. I'm very thankful for my machine. Yeah, and everything is by machine. Totally understandable. Totally understandable. And yes, Delia, Angela is totally worth the wait. Angela is awesome. Love Angela. Alyssa said, looking at Callie makes me want to sew. Alyssa, go sew. Go sew something right now. Go make a costume. I don't know. It's Halloween.
Make your costume.
Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh. Do it. Do it. Let's see who else we've got. We've got Sally saying, haven't been on for 4 hours. So can you briefly tell what happened during that time and maybe what's to come? Yes. Yes. Let's do that while we're waiting on our next presenter. So this was our schedule for today. So earlier we had Laura Starr, we had Kate Quinn doing some giveaways earlier this morning. Wendy Chow came by and demonstrated the BQ 3100. We had Cindy Hogan do an awesome demo on the new My Connection feature with the ScanNCut and the Luminaire. Angela Wolf came by with the XP2. We just had Jerry and Coleen, more Laura Starr and more Jerry, and now we're getting back to Kate Quinn. So without further ado, it looks like they're ready over in Houston. So let's bring on Kate. Oh, and I don't think Kate's mic is on, unfortunately. Let's try and get this working for you.
Are we sure it's a Bones Day?
I know, right? Right? Let's see if we can get her microphone on. Sorry for the technical difficulties again, you guys. We are trying really hard. Actually, Jane's wondering, what costumes are you making? I'm working on a costume for the Renaissance Fair right now, actually. I'm trying to do some applique on a little tabard thing. I've never done applique before, so this is going to be really interesting. I just got to scan and cut it, and I'm kind of scared, but I think we can do it. I need some words of encouragement in the chat, some support in the chat. That is all that I'm working on at the moment. And I finished up a Halloween quilt pretty recently. So let's see if we can try and get Kate's microphone on. I think if we can try and get Robert to turn her mic on over in Houston. She is going to be doing some ruler work demos. And if you look on the table here, I'm just going to do some live commentary really quickly while we're waiting on her mic. So if you look at the table here, she's got that awesome extension table on this Brother machine, along with a Sew Steady, either ruler work glider or grid glider. I cannot tell which one that is, but we will try and I'll try and make sure that we can get that information out to you. Let's see if we can get Kate's microphone working. Oh yeah, unfortunately it sounds like something on their end. Let's see. We can try and get this working for you guys. Again, apologies for the technical difficulties this afternoon. I'm not so sure it's a Bones Day. Really, I'm not so sure. But I think Kate is demoing on the BQ 3100 right now, which we are going to see another demo of right after Kate. Wendy Chow is going to be coming back for that demonstration. So
really well, and I recommend it for Bernina, and they have both old and new style, and you can still use our rulers perfectly well. For that particular foot, we recommend the 72 foot with the high shank ruler. That allows good visibility of sewing, but truthfully, in that case, you could probably use a long arm as well. if you have more than one machine, we have certain combinations that can be more effective so that you don't always have to buy duplicates of everything. So you want to talk to your local educator, to your store, and get the advice so you can get the best combination for your setup at home, because everybody has something a little bit different. What I wanted to share today in terms of the demo is I've got this amazing sample. Somebody might want to help me. It's really big, actually. Let's see if we can hold it up a little bit. Isn't that pretty? I didn't make this. I wish I could say that I did. Okay. So this beautiful quilt, this is the Feathered Dreams by Janet Collins, who is one of our Westalee educators. She's a really good friend of Leonie West, and they've worked together for many, many years. And she created not just this quilt, but the pattern for this quilt. This product right here that you see is called the Feathered Leaf, and I'm going to demo that today. And I'm also going to integrate it with the heart set. So I've got some feathers down here with hearts. So that's kind of where we're going. We're going to show 2 different template sets and just offer some inspiration and some tips along the way as we go. So that's what our inspiration is showing. All right, here we go. We're ready to sew. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to do just a slight marking on the sandwich. And what I've got is my Choco liner right here. And I brought one of our other crosshair squares. We show off the 5-point crosshair a lot, and we do have other ones. So today I'm bringing the 5-point, and I'm going to just mark right in the center and put that right in the middle. The Choco liner fits really well in there, so I like to use that almost always for the crosshair square. It prevents that from wiggling around in the slot, so I get a nice clean line. I'm going to go ahead and also mark the center really well so that I know where the middle of it is. So this is basically what we're getting at this point. Just some simple marking so that we can create the design. What my plan is I'm going to sew a heart centered on each one of those lines, and that'll help us show how the heart is used, different things about how to prepare that template. Hi, Miss Amy. All right, the heart set is a 6-piece set. It has hearts 1-inch square up to 6-inch. So if you look at it, it doesn't really look like a heart, right? It's half of a heart. So I want to put the grips on both sides. You're going to sew one side, then you're going to flip the template over, and you'll sew the other side. So the grips need to be on both sides of this template to be effective. It has a center line right on the bottom. So the line that we've made, we're going to align it right along there to line up the heart. That will be the middle, and we'll do both sides along that line. So let's see, this is 5. So when this heart sews out, it'll be 5 inches wide and 5 inches tall. Not a square, but within a square, it will fit in a 5-inch box. So I think we'll use the 4-inch size just because that'll fit nicely. So I'm adjusting that foot position. I'm going to put my needle right in at the center. I do like to always pick up that bobbin thread and keep it up on top. I want to know what's happening with that thread so it's not getting sewed through a million times on the bottom. Not just good basic quilting practice. So can you guys see what I'm doing at all? We're going to adjust. He's got different cameras that he'll put up on there to make it a little easier. So I'm going to put the foot right in this bottom hook right here and tuck that all the way up. I'm pulling that ruler so that the contact is good. This little cutout right here, if it touches the line, then I know that I am lined up. That's an additional Oh, dear God. I don't have a foot control. I think it's on the table. Okay, we're just gonna get personal. Who's already quilted with rulers? Anybody? And are you liking it? You feel like it's made you a better quilter? Still learning? So when I first started out, before it was really getting popular, I kind of was able to try it and I knew I wanted to do it. So I had them actually monster a foot for me to make it so that I could put different pieces together to create a ruler foot. And then maybe a year later, they came out with it. I was completely hooked from the get-go. What you're doing is you're separating the action of the sewing and the designing. So you're doing them differently. When I put that ruler right into position, my design decision is made, and then all I have to do is concentrate on the sewing portion. So you're separating those two things so you don't have to concentrate on everything all at once. And I feel like that allows you to make some decisions. If I'm free motioning, I'm like, okay, I'm going this way. Wait, I'm going this way. Oh, turn, quick, slow, and you leave a space, right? And that anxiety translates to the fabric and to your finished result. And with that ruler, you are separating those, so you're going to have a lot less anxiety creating that design in general. Okay, I think we're ready. Okay, let's sew. I've got it lined up. I want to hold with both hands, and I'm going to move the fabric as smoothly as possible. Oh, he's helping us. He's getting us there. Okay, so as I move in, I want to try to stop right when I get on the inside of that line. I'll flip this over, and I'm going to tuck the edge of the foot right there. The one thing I need to then check is that this is positioned to get me right back to where I started, because that heart, we want it to close nicely. You know, we don't want it to not have the points on the bottom match up. So we'll get right to the center position right there. And then this is what we've got. We've got a cute little heart. And for each one of these lines, I can just go around, I'll line it right up on that line. With the 5-point crosshair, we are going to get some crossover, and I'm fine with that. I don't care. Okay, so we'll just keep going each time. Line it right up, putting the foot right in the hook, and then checking that alignment so that I can get my foot centered right there. An easy reference is to use your pinky finger. Whenever you have a hook like this, if you're trying to align it right on your start point, your pinky finger is about as big as that ruler foot. So if I just center my pinky right on there, then I should be able to get right back to where I need to. So let's talk for a second about stitch regulation, something that is very important to quilters. We want a pretty stitch. We talked about how we're separating those actions, ruler feet and the movement of your stitch, right? We've got the template taking us to the design, but we also have movement. With your machines today, most of our machines have some kind of speed control. You can use that speed control to make your stitches better. What happens with the ruler is people have to concentrate on holding it, and they're thinking about it and they're looking at it. So what is happening to your speed control? Your brain is not thinking about that at all. It can't think about everything. So what happens is you are going to revert to your natural speed, whatever that might be. Yours is different from yours, is different from yours. So your body is going to relax right into that comfort rhythm. Just let it. All you need to do then is, if your stitches are far apart, move the slider so that the machine will go faster. And if your stitches are really close together, you need the machine to go slower, taking fewer stitches in the same amount of travel. Then you don't need to think about that regulation anymore, because you are controlling that. You want the machine to match you, not the other way around. You want to not change your comfort. If you've been sewing for 40 years and you've been sewing for 28 years and you've been sewing for 2 years, your body already knows how fast it wants to go. It already has that machine lullaby in your brain. You know if you're going too fast because you start to get anxious. So just let the machine tell you what it needs by moving that slider up or down. As a merchandise item, we do have something called the precise pedal power. It's something that you can add onto a machine that has no stitch speed control. And it's a manual dial that prevents you from pushing the foot down further, or you can raise it up. You can use that to control speed on a machine that does not have control. So if you want that and you're interested in that, that's another product that we have available. Okay, so let's go ahead and sew a little bit more. We do a lot of talking, but more sewing. So right now, I can tell that maybe my foot control, my foot is down a little far. Let's see if I have a tool. So this is my screwdriver. If I'm fighting with my fabric and the foot has slipped down or it wasn't adjusted properly, just unscrew it, let it drop down to its natural position, tighten it back up so that you have a nice secure screwdriver right there. And now when we sew, I'll be able to move the fabric more easily and I won't be fighting with my machine. So now it's not compressing that fabric. I'm able to move easily and I can easily get back to my start point. So it looks like I need 1 or 2 more stitches and we'll just put these last few ones in. What we're basically making is a little heart wreath, you know, with this, and it's making just a cute overlap, kind of like a medallion. When you're sewing on this side, if you've got a bar that is protruding, you can widen your hand on the template, kind of open it so there's room for this bar on the inside, and that'll protect you from getting bit by that spot right there. All right, so we're on this last 2. We'll go ahead and sew those out. So what do you think? Do you like it so far? Can you see you can make an amazing shamrock with this? I think it will look really cute. All right, let's get these last ones in and then we'll put some of those feathers in. 3 minutes? What? I better get some feathers in really fast. All right, let's hurry up, right? Okay, so I'm just gonna tack this off real quick and we'll just cut it because we want to show you a little bit more. Really quickly, I'm just gonna make a line right here and I'll just sew some of these feathers. The feathers have a few different sizes and I'll just make a curvy spine because I can. And then we'll just sew it. We do have feather spines that we can use if you're not comfortable sewing with your feather without a ruler. We have that available. So I'm just going to put this down real quick so I can get my needle kind of in there, and then we'll just sew one side of this feather. The feathered leaf is not just like a feather. It's got a little bit of a pointy look to it, and it's just very different than the regular feather. I like it because it's got a little different shape. So we can just keep a 1/4 inch right here. This is where we would use that spacing gauge right here, and make sure that I can come back to this spine right here. So I'll just hold everybody in place and we'll just come right into that spine. All right, here we go. Sorry. I feel like I couldn't push down on that foot control. You didn't want to go. So I like to come back up to the top of the feather and then I'll just adjust for the next side. That lets me just make that easy decision about where that feather is going to connect. We'll go right there until we touch and right back up to the top. So we talked earlier, these are kind of old. I feel like my grips are not sticking very good. They're very flat. So it's probably time for some new ones. So people might be saying, like, what are you lining up right here? what I'm doing is as I move this up, as long as I have this 1/4 inch on the far side of the spine, I can make this go a lot further out or a little bit out. I'm individually deciding what this feather is going to look like with each lobe. Each blade that I put on here is individually positioned by me. So I'll just turn it a little bit. Let's cut it real quick. So this is that shape that you're going to get with that feathered leaf. Can it do a curvy spine? You bet. All of our feathers can do a curvy spine. They can also do amazing straight spines. It's totally up to you. They're very flexible, and there's a lot that we can share about how to use them. We have classes on the university, on So Steady University, that are available. We have a lot of free online education and very flexible products. You can find something for every person's style of quilting. So if you want more information, come visit us at the booth. We are doing demos throughout the day. We're down a person today, so it's been a little bit busy, but we would love to share our products with you, and we think that they can make you an amazing, better quilter. So thank you so much for your time, you guys.
All right, everyone. So that
yes, they are down. That
was Kate Quinn finishing up her demo on the amazing So Steady Westalee rulers. And there are a ton, you guys. I just want to point that out. There are a metric ton of rulers that So Steady Westalee makes. I wanted to point you in the direction of the heart templates that Kate was actually using in that demo. We have a set of them on our website, and I'm going to go ahead and drop those in the chat for you right now. It should be a link appearing in the chat. Both are on Facebook and YouTube. So take a look at those if you like. Take a look at those templates. They're really awesome. Those are the heart ones. Those are the ones that Kate was just using. Now, if you want to see a little bit more, we also have, and I think Kate mentioned this at the very beginning of her demonstration, we also have the Fun and Fancy collection of templates. This is a really nice set of templates. So it's got a lot of stuff that you can use to get started, and the Fun and Fancy template also comes with an online class. So if you purchase these, you can do an online class. Kate Quinn actually made this Fun and Fancy set, and they are so nice. They are so nice. It comes with the simple oval, a 1 inch between the lines, the back-to-back curve, the circles on quilts, one of the circles on quilts spinning wheel templates, and another spin effects template. The spin effects ones are so nice. I love them. They are so cool. So that's just one other set of templates if you would like to purchase those. Now, something else that I did want to bring up to you is that you kind of, I would strongly recommend getting a grid glider mat for your extension table if you have one. And yes, Lori has the Fun and Fancy set and pattern. It's so great, right, Lori? It's awesome. I love it so much. I would recommend adding on the grid glider to this as well. The grid glider it's not crazy expensive. Let me see. Yeah, it's only $25. The grid glider is really going to help that process. Your fabric will literally glide onto or across your table. I mean, that's why it's there. It's fantastic. So I would absolutely recommend getting something like that. So no, Sally, no regulator on that Brother machine, unfortunately. But if you have a Bernina, the newer Berninas, I believe, have stitch regulation, and you can purchase just the BSR for your Bernina. The Bernina, the stitch regulator, actually, So Steady did just come out with a BSR table. So if you do have a Bernina with stitch regulation, there is a hole in the extension table specifically for that little light or that little laser in your BSR to read the fabric and read it as it moves. So great. It's so great. We actually have a video on how to do that over on our YouTube channel. So let me see if I can find that for you guys and link it in the chat. We talked a little bit about the BSR table and the Bernina BSR. This was a while ago, a couple months ago, I think, that we filmed that, Barbara and I. But I'm going to try and link that down below in the chat. Aha, I found it. So I'm going to go ahead and try and link this in the chat. Let's see if yeah, there we go. I'm going to go ahead and link this down here for you if you're curious and you want a BSR table for your Bernina. There it is. That is also just some of the content that we do on this channel. So if you are new and you haven't been around or checking out AllBrands for a while, we're trying to do more in-house content with more education for you. So take a look at that. That is just something that we are going to keep doing. Something like that. We're going to keep doing some in-house content for you, just more education. Yes, Lori, the grid glider really is a must-have. It's really incredible, right? So that was Kate Quinn. Now, if we look at the schedule right now, we just finished up with Kate Quinn. Now, very soon, we are going to be seeing Wendy Chow. And Wendy Chow is going to be demonstrating on the new Quilt Club machine, or the newest addition to the Quilt Club line of machines, the BQ 3100. Now, you guys, this Quilt Club machine is so cool. It's so awesome. It has a large extension table on it. It is, oh, it's so good. It's so good. Let me go ahead and scroll up on our flyer for you. I'm going to try and find that BQ 3100 for you to take a look at. Aha, I found it. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this on while we're waiting for them to get started. Now, this is the BQ 3100. Incredible machine. You're going to be able to see some of the features on this thing when Wendy is demonstrating it. But I wanted to tell you what all we are throwing in for the festival. So we are also throwing in that advanced quilt software. We are throwing in a rolling bag set for your machine. So, you know, if you want to take this to a retreat or a class, you totally can do that with this awesome luggage set that we are including with purchase. We are also throwing in that new digital kind of compact move it foot. Such a good foot. Wendy's going to show you a little bit more about it, so I don't want to steal her thunder, but I did want to point out that we are throwing that in there. We're also throwing in the wide table and a Visa gift card and that king spool stand. I know some of you guys really like using those larger spools while you quilt, so wanted to throw that in there for you for this fantastic machine. Now, in addition to that move it foot, we are throwing in some extra feet for the move it foot and that dual feed quilt guide for the move it foot as well. So we are throwing in four extra feet for that move it foot. We are also throwing in some in-store instructions. So if you do purchase this machine and you are near an AllBrands store location, then hop on over. You can hop on over to one of our stores, and some of our amazing employees in the stores will help instruct you on how to use this machine. Now, just like your any other brother dealer, we are going to be giving you a full manufacturer's warranty, service, repairs, support, anything like that, should anything arise, any problems with your machine. And 18 months, 0% APR financing on this machine, you guys. That is so awesome. I love that so much. And with that, we are also offering free shipping in the contiguous United States. So guys, if you are curious about any machines at all during the Quilt Fest, and you are not near an AllBrands store, please give us a call. Call us at our 1-800 line. It is 1-800-739-7374. Call them for pricing, call them for information, and we can make something happen with you. So that, and I wanted to let you know that we are running a mask decorating competition. I mentioned this for just a brief moment earlier, but I will get into that a little bit more once Wendy is finished up with her demo. But it's time for Wendy Chow, so we are going to toss it back over to the booth over in Houston.
Okay, cool. Hey everyone, it's Wendy here from the Weekend Quilter, and welcome to the Houston International Quilt Festival. So I design and write modern quilt patterns to share my passion for quilting and also to inspire a new generation of quilters. I also co-host a podcast called Quilt Buzz, and I also am I'm also an author of Urban Quilting. You can't hear me? Is it better now? You can't hear me? Is it better now? Okay, cool, awesome. Am I too loud? Is it all good? Okay, cool. You can probably hear my accent. I'm not originally from here. I'm from Australia, but I'm based in New York City. So today in today's demo, I'm going to show you the awesome cool features on this new BQ 3100 machine from from Brothers Quilt Club series. And if you've got any questions or you want to try out the machine, I'll be hanging out after the demo here. And also be sure to ask the AllBrands staff for they've got really great offerings this year. They're giving out the best packages and pricing, so be sure to ask that yeah, when you see them, they've got red t-shirts on, so you can't miss them. Anyway, so without further ado, let's get started. So one of my most favorite functions of this machine is the Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide. So I don't know if you can see on the screen. Can you see the screen? So that red laser light here. So this is a fantastic function, especially if you're creating flying geese units or snowball units, because it cuts out all that time of actually getting the ruler out and the pencil and trying to draw it out. So like, for example, this baby quilt here, I put this together, like the quilt top alone, within a few hours after like cutting the all the pieces and whatnot. So basically, I've cut that part of like having to draw out the guidelines and going straight to the fun part of sewing, which I love piecing. So, all right, so I'm going to take it away. The great thing about this machine as well is that you can adjust the positioning of the laser light, and it shows you where it is relative to where the stitch is. So I'm going to move, so this blue line is where the stitch is going to be at. And right now the red laser light's to the left, so I'm going to move it to the right so it's aligned with the stitch. And I'm going to lower the press of foot and lower the needle. And you know, when you're using the laser guide, it took me a little while to get used to it. And usually, naturally, you look at the needle when you're sewing, right? But with the laser light, the trick is to look at where you're going to actually end up being at. So when I'm sewing using the laser line, I'm thinking like, keep your eye on the prize, don't keep your eyes off it. So I'm going to show you how that works. So I've got my pieces lined up. Got this, I'm trying to get to this corner here, so I'm going to start sewing away. Hang on. I'm going to increase the speed on this machine. Here we go. So you can see the laser light, it's not leaving. Oops. Okay, it's telling me that I have to rethread the thing, and this is the great thing about the machine. It gives you warning messages if there's something wrong with the thread in the bobbin or at the top. So I am going to thread the machine again. And threading the machine is really easy. It's just in a click of a button. So I'm just going to quickly thread it. Just bear with me. All right, so I'm just going to click this button and it's going to thread it. So I'm not like having to whip out my glasses out and like, you know, trying to like lick the thread and trying to put it through the eye. So here we go. Let's try again. I'm going to lower press a foot. Line up my laser light with the end that I want to finish at, and you can see it's going nice and straight. So I'm going to show it in the camera. You can see how like straight it is from one point to the other. Real good. There you go. So it just makes it so quick and easy. So rather than actually having to whip out the ruler and the guide, like the pencil to draw that guideline, it's all done like really quickly. And like I said before, you can move the laser light from left to right. I'm going to show that to you a little later relative to like, you know, having to do quilting guidelines on your quilt sandwich project. Yeah. Anyway, so the other great feature about this Brother machine is it's the automatic height adjuster. So basically the automatic height adjuster it ensures that the stitch length remains consistent as you're going through different types of fabrics and thicknesses of fabric. So this is a little sample from my simple patchwork tote bag, which is just on the bottom here. So feel free to grab a copy of the pattern. But in the pattern, you're required to like put together or stitch together cotton canvas, belting strap, and a quilt sandwich. So you've got your backing, you've got your batting, and your quilt front. So as you can imagine, you're working with a ton of different layers here. So with the machine, the automatic height adjuster, what it does is the presser foot keeps its pressure consistent throughout the entire time. So then that way all your stitch lengths remains consistent. So I'm gonna do this, sew this together. I'm gonna turn off the laser light just so that you can see how the presser foot adjusts as the different thicknesses of fabric you're going through adjusts as well. See how it's all nice and smooth, and it's not like jerking or anything when I'm going through different layers of fabric. So I don't know if you can see on the screen here. So how the stitch lengths are all nicely evenly spaced across the different types of thicknesses of fabric there. And I'm just going to flip the strap over and sew a 1/4 inch seam allowance from the top of the bag. So imagine that this is the top of the bag here, and I'm going to sew a 1/4 inch seam allowance to kind of secure this belting strap here. So that's one of the steps in the pattern. And finding a 1/4 inch seam allowance on the Brother Quilt Club series machines is so easy. There's a few ways that you can go about with it. So one of the accessories that come with the machine is there as a 1/4 inch seam allowance mark. I'm going to show it on the camera again just so you can see it. So you see that 1/4 inch seam allowance guide there, and you can actually remove that the original plate, which is like a really plain one. There's nothing on it, and that goes above the bobbin case. So all you got to do is make sure that the needle position is centralized, and then you match the edge of the right edge of the fabric with this 1/4 inch mark here. So that's one of the ways that you can find the 1/4 inch seam allowance. Another way is all the machines come with an additional like a 1/4 inch presser foot. So again, that makes it really easy. You just got to make sure that the needle position is centralized. Another one, and this is the function that I use all the time, and I turn it on. I use it every time I turn on my machine. So just in a click of a button here, you can adjust the piecing stitch to the right. So this means it's the needle position is adjusted so it's a 1/4 inch away from the right edge of the presser foot. And if you really wanted to, I'm assuming they did this for left-hand people, but you could do it a 1/4 inch away from the left side of the presser foot. And again, you can, in a click of a button, you can centralize the needle. But right now, I'm going to go to the right, a 1/4 inch from the right of the presser foot. So I'm going to sew away. And you can see I've lined up the right edge of the material here, and I'll put the needle down. Again, as I'm going through this, you can see the presser foot is adjusting the height. It's adjusting automatically as I'm going through the different thicknesses of fabric. And I'll show you in the camera as well, and you can see how the stitch length remains consistent through the several different layers of fabric. Here you go. Can you see how all the stitch length is all nice and even there? Cool. Alrighty, so this next bit I'm going to show you is the Compact Move It digital dual feed. So this is actually better than the standard or the traditional walking foot because it's got this conveyor belt mechanism at the bottom. Can you see that? It's that black rubberized thing. So this gives you a better view of your project, but also it gives a better handling of different types of fabrics that you're working with and thicknesses as well. So you might be quilting with like a stretchy fabric on the back. So you might be putting like a minky fabric on the back. You might be using like just plain old quilting cotton on the front, or you might be creating quilted t-shirt quilts. So this Move It foot, it just prevents the puckering from happening, and it stops the stretching as well. And it also just creates a nice and smooth project. And because the conveyor belt mechanism is touching the fabric at the top and the bottom, it's moving it throughout the whole, it's holding it at the top and bottom rather than say with the traditional foot, it's just holding the fabric on the bottom. And especially with the traditional foot, you have the foot only holds the fabric when the needle is in the down position. So this is what's so great about this. Anyway, so I'm going to put this into action. Just going to quickly switch out the foots. Just bear with me. And when you are using this foot, make sure you plug it in, because the first time I did it, I didn't plug it in, and I wondered what on earth is going on? Why isn't the conveyor belt moving? So it just plugs on the back. And I'm gonna quilt a line on my baby quilt here. And again, the great thing about the Sew Straight vision guideline, I don't actually have to use a hair marker and ruler to actually draw out the guideline. So I'm going to move the needle position. Oops, I'm going to find my quilting gloves. Where did I put my quilting gloves? Oh, it's underneath here. Got my quilting gloves on. These are actually gardening gloves. They're actually really nice and grippy. Anyway, oops. Oh no, I'm dropping everything. So clumsy right now. All right, here we go. All right, so you can see how I've lined up the laser line with the previously quilted line here. I'm going to put the needle down and I'm going to use it as a guide and quilt away. Hang on, I'm just going to adjust the stitch length. Here we go. And I'm going to adjust the speed as well. It's going to be faster. And there you go. So rather than actually having to get the Hera marker out, the quilting ruler out, I don't need to do that. And I am creating a new quilting line as I go. Hang on. There we go. And as I'm quilting, just keep an eye out on the conveyor belt like mechanism, and it's just working so smoothly as I push it through. And I love the spacing here as well. It just makes it really easy when you're working with large projects. And you can see how it's just gliding nicely through. So I don't know if you can see, there's that additional quilting line there. I didn't have to get a Hera marker out and like rule that out again because I'm using that laser light there to help me out in doing that. All right. Another great thing about the compact Move It foot is that it's able to do reverse stitches as well. So if you want to work with like decorative pieces, Thank you. If you wanted to work with decorative stitches on your quilt projects, you can, it's able to handle that. So I'm going to pick something out. I'm going to pick this one. This has got some reverse stitching in there. And again, I want you to watch the Move It foot move backwards and forwards to create that that decorative stitch there. So you can see it's like moving back and forward, but it's still going to maintain like an even stitch length across the board. So I'm going to quickly show this in the camera for you guys so you have a closer look of it. There you go. Can you see how all the stitch lengths are all nice and even, and everything, all the patterns are nicely spaced out? There you go. All right. And yeah, like the Move It foot as well. It's great if you happen to be dabbling in like garment making as well. So it's great with when you're working with really delicate and stretchy fabrics. So you might need like knit fabrics, like rayon or organza or silk. So it's really delicate. That's great again because it grips onto the fabric nicely. Also, if you're working with stripes or plaid fabrics, it's great for pattern matching because the fabrics don't shift and move around. Another great feature of this Brother machine is that you can actually create a decorative stitches. So in addition to the hundreds of decorative stitches that are available, you might want to create your own one. So I'm going to quickly show you how that works. Can you see my screen? Okay, awesome. So I'm using the VSonic pen, and this allows me to get the precision that I want in terms of creating that decorative stitch. So I'm going to set the points as I go. I'm just going to create something really random here. And the great thing about this, my custom stitch as well, is that you're able to preview it before you actually stitch it onto your project. You can also adjust the density if you wanted to. So I'm making it longer, I'm making it more dense here. I can adjust the length, the width, sorry. So it's going skinnier, I'm going wider if I wanted to. So I'm going to give this a test try and see how it goes. Actually, I'm going to change my foot before that happens. Circular. Unfortunately, it doesn't do anything like circular. So right now, it's all just straight lines. But there's like over 700 different decorative stitches on the BQ3100. So you've got there's a ton of different, circular or floral like stitches. So the tote bag just down there, that's got like a scallop like design, decorative stitch. Alrighty, so we're gonna give this a spin. Here we go. I'm gonna go speed this up a little bit. Okay. Here you go. So I don't know if you can still see the screen, and I'm going to compare this with the, oh, that's a giant ass fly there. There you go. And I haven't seen a fly that big since Australia. So, but yeah, you can make that comparison there with what's on the screen versus what's on there. So it's really cool that you can create your own custom stitch if you really wanted to. But yeah, that's basically it in terms of what I've got to show you today. If you want to try out the machine, if you want, or like you want to have a closer look at it, if you've got any questions, I'll be hanging out on the right side of the booth here. And if you want to know more about the packages and offerings that AllBrands have got, they're offering the best ones this year of the year I'm in. So yeah, they can answer those questions as well for you. And if you want to follow my quilting journey, I'm on Instagram at the.weekendquilter. You can tune into this podcast that I also co-host with a couple of friends called Quilt Buzz. And yeah, that's all. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, y'all. So that was the awesome Wendy Chow doing another tutorial on the Brother BQ 3100. I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope you're learning a lot. I was a big fly. You know what they say, everything's bigger than in Texas, am I right? That surprised me. Wow, something spooky on our Friday before Halloween. Deborah's saying we need more tutorials on how to use the Stitch Creator. Deborah, thank you for that suggestion. I am going to take that back to the team, and we'll see if we can try and make some videos on that Stitch Creator, because that is a really cool feature. And I know it could be a little daunting at first, for sure. Yes, and this is a sewing and quilting machine. No embroidery, unfortunately, but it is a sewing and quilting machine. It has a lot of workspace, though. It has a lot. It is an awesome, awesome little powerhouse. Absolutely love them. So guys, that was Wendy Chow from the Weekend Quilter. So let's take a look at our schedule again. We have Cindy Hogan coming up again at 4 p.m. Central. She is going to be doing another demo on the ScanNCut in conjunction with the Brothers BES software. It is a fantastic software, and she is going to show you exactly how to use it. So get excited for that. And then afterward, we've got two fan favorites from the weekend. Honestly, we've got two fan favorites. We got Becky Thompson from Power Tools with Thread, who's going to be talking about simply applique. And then we have Angela Wolf, who is going to be demoing again on the XP2. So are any of you guys still members of the Wolfpack? Hop on in the chat, get ready, hype your friends up, tag your Wolfpack friends, and try and get them to come watch Angela's amazing demo. Get very excited about that. So while we are switching over educators, I did want to let you guys know again that we are going to be, we are currently running a mask decorating competition. I plugged it a little bit earlier in the day, but I'd like to plug it just one more time so I can show you guys. And it looks like we're getting more entries, which is so exciting. So I want to show you this because it costs nothing. It costs nothing, and the prizes are fantastic. So let me go ahead and add this to the stream really quickly so you can see. So this is the mask decorating contest. You can find this over at allbrands.com/mask. Okay. So for this mask contest, all you need to do is decorate a mask, a CDC approved mask with either a Halloween or a fall theme, something like that. Decorate it, take a picture of it, snap a picture, and submit it on our website. Submit it at allbrands.com/mask. Or if you don't want to do it there, you could just make a Facebook or an Instagram post. So post it, but make sure that you include in the caption of that image the hashtag AllBrandsMask. That is what is going to enter you into the contest if you choose to do it on either of those two platforms. So keep that in mind. Now, after you've submitted your mask or your people can vote on their favorites. So it looks like we have already gotten some entries with votes. I can't see the votes on our gallery right now, but this is what the gallery looks like at the moment. So we've got some cool masks. We've got some Halloween masks. I love these so much. I think they're so cool. And you only get one entry, so just be aware of that. Get excited, do this, because guys, if you win, if you get the most votes, because the winner is the one who gets the most votes, obviously. If you win, you will win a Brother SE 1900 sewing and embroidery machine, which is already worth like $1,000 right there. That is a $1,000 value we're giving you for free if you win. And we are also throwing in a jerky flat cap frame, a dime magnetic frame, and a Sew Steady mask template. So please go ahead and enter. It could be a mask with just some spooky fabric or some Halloween fabric, some fall fabric, whatever you like. And let people know you're in the competition, get people to vote for you. And the person with the most votes is going to win all 4 of those prizes. Over $1,000 in prizes will go to that winner. And we are going to announce that winner on the AllBrands show next week. Which brings me to my next point, which is if you guys are new around here, we broadcast a lot. We don't just broadcast the Houston Quilt Show. We broadcast once a week on our YouTube channel. We broadcast the AllBrands show, and it's either myself hosting or it is Barbara Douthit hosting. And we have a wide variety of guests. We have sewers, we have quilters, we've got embroiderers, we've got garment sewers too sometimes. So it's just full of tips, tricks. We've even had people who knit. One of my favorite shows that we've done in the past was with an awesome person who uses a silver reed machine, knitting machine. So go ahead and check those out and join us for the AllBrands show. We announce the winner. And now it's time for Cindy Hogan's demo. So let's go ahead and bring her on.
Biggest things about this one is it communicates with our Luminaire and in more than one way. So I would highly encourage you to, yes, I did that earlier today. So if you've already seen me today, then you've saw that part of it. So this session, I'm going to show you how you can do a little bit more with software as opposed to doing it directly on a machine. So if you have one of our other models, a ScanNCut, that's fine. You can still use it. It's still a great machine. Or if you have a machine that it doesn't communicate with, because remember, the Luminaire is the only one that communicates wirelessly with this one at this time. So we still need other ways to do our embroidery files. Oh, shoot. Robert, would you have Rosemary bring my samples over here? So I'm going to talk about a program we have called BES Blue, okay? If you have BES4 already, you do not need to buy BES Blue. It is basically you have the same options in BES4. You have wireless in BES4. BES Blue does not, okay? So don't think it's a greatest and latest product. If you've already got BES4, I want you to realize that you already have this program. They work the exact same way. So that's the first thing I needed to do before I go anywhere. But what we're going to do is what is showing up there right now? Okay. Then once he's done, once he's brought this up, he'll switch us over to the camera. That's beautiful. Thank you. I'm good with not needing that. But I need this stuff. Yes. I don't sit, so we're okay. All right. So I need the ScanNCut on the camera for right now. Robert, if you would, please. So right here I have a drawing, okay? And somewhere I have this flamingo stitched out, which I think that's what we're going to do today, just simply to make things quick and easy so we don't have to get real involved in this, and I can show you a couple of other things. So we're going to take our flamingo and we're going to scan it in. I could scan either of these in. I do have this on a scan mat. And if those of you that have a scan mat at home, if you still have the blue tape over the top of this strip, go ahead and take that off. It's meant to come off. This is your color balance bar, and it helps your scanner recognize the scan mat a little bit better. You won't believe how many times I go into a place and that blue tape is still sitting across there. The scan mat gives you a cleaner scan because you're basically not fighting the grid marks or cut marks on your mat. Because it's normal in the course of cutting, as you cut, your mat is going to get little marks on it where the blade makes contact. That's totally normal. All right, I'm going to load my mat in. You'll notice I put my hand there and I had it between the grooves. If you didn't notice, that's okay too. All right, we're going to touch scan. All right. scan. All right. And we are not going to directly cut this out. If you've watched Rosemary and I over here for the last 2 days, we have been doing ScanNCut. We've been doing direct cut. We're going to do ScanNCut data this time. So I'm going to touch my ScanNCut data, and I am going to change to black and white mode because it gives me another option. And I'm going to bring both pieces in, but we're going to use the flamingo. Go ahead and touch OK, and I'm going to touch start. And it's telling me my scanner lever is up because I was cutting. What's new about this one is it has a rotary auto blade. So I was cutting felt earlier. And I cut some wool as well. So I'm going to go ahead and press start and let it scan in. I could have left that lever up. It still would have scanned fine, but it's just reminding me, hey, if you didn't know it, I'm in the up position and you're planning on scanning, so you might want to lower me. Likewise, if I have something thick in here, since I can cut up to 3 millimeters in thickness, if I've got a 3 millimeter item in here and I have my lever set at 0 down at the bottom level, then it will tell me, hey, sorry, Will Robinson, we can't do this. We have to stop right now and you must raise my lever. In that case, you must do it or it won't let you go any further, okay? So if I had left this at color mode, I would have had this button and this button, okay? If I'd have continued with color scanning instead of black and white. This is outline detection. This is zoom in, zoom in. Okay. This is outline detection. This is region detection. So if you've got colored areas, you would do the region detection. And this is line detection. So each line is going to be detected. If I only wanted to go around the outside of the hat, I would choose the first option. If I had thicker lines and I wanted both the outside and inside so that I could create like an open area with vinyl, I would choose the second option. The third option will give me all of the parts of the hat as a single line. And then you just come in here and you're going to crop. So you can see how good this scanner scans. It can actually see where the edge of my paper is. That little dashed line that you saw was the edge of my paper. I'm going to crop it in. If I only wanted to get my flamingo, I could have cropped it up to the flamingo. If I only wanted to get my hat, I could have cropped it down to the hat. We're going to go ahead and touch preview as my mask falls down beneath my nose and click OK. It's something about this microphone that makes my mask want to fly. I can save this directly to the machine. I can save it to my Canvas workspace, or I can save it to a USB. I'm going to actually send this. Normally I would do a USB for you guys, but I'm going to send this to my Canvas workspace. Maybe. Hold on. My Wi-Fi is on, you little irritating guy. My Wi-Fi keeps kicking off. Hold on. Find me. Find me. Play nice. All right, we're just going to go this real quick. Sorry, guys. Settings. Last page. Back up. No, network. I don't know why my machines are kicking off. They're tired of me. Actually, my phone just keeps kicking them off. And I don't really know why, but it's doing it to my computer. It's kicking us off. So let's go back in here and I'll do this real quick so you guys don't have to get a little bored here. Let me make sure my computer's on it. I guess it's trying to save my data plan for me. Doesn't want me to use all that data on this weekend. I think I need to do the hotspot instead next time. Yeah, I had to go back in because I got disconnected. Okay, this one right here. Outsides and insides. Crop it in. A little bit more. Just a little bit more. Oh, too much. I chopped the swan's nose off. We're not going to worry about it. We're going to go ahead and say okay. Okay again. And I'll get rid of my trash over on my canvas workspace. Okay, Robert. Where's the HDMI cable? Almost fell in front. Thank you. You don't want me to join you in the floor down there, do you? Okay. All right. Switch to the computer for a minute for me. Okay. It should have just recognized me. All right. Beautiful. All right. We are in BES. Actually, we're in BES4. So let me put blue on here. Stay here. Blue. BES blue. Evidently, I got excited. That speaker regurgitates at me every time I come up here. It thinks something's going on with me. I'm truly not doing that on purpose. All right, Blue, come on, open up, girl. I had a nice little old man that gave me his PE Design USB because he had a problem with it 2 weeks ago. I put it in my computer. It had a virus on it. So my computer has not acted right since that day. But we're going to let it load its little happy honey up. So how many of y'all have a ScanNCut? How many of y'all have BES or BES Blue, BES4, BES anything? All right, so we've got a lot of ScanNCut owners out there and a lot of BES people out there. Awesome sauce. If you are into Brother software, if you don't know it, on Tuesdays, I do a Facebook Live or a YouTube. At 3:30 Central, you can tell I got a little annoyed with this because I've opened it up like 10 times here. So let's let it do its thing and open the second file, and then I'll close it down. On all Brother software. So any Brother software program that you have out there, I will answer your question because that is some of the things that I do. Also, if you don't know it, Brother goes live on their page and on their YouTube channel. Both the craft side, Brother Crafts USA, and Brother Sews go live every Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesday is Brand Ambassador Day, so you'll see Angela and myself on Tuesdays. On Thursdays, you'll see Angela with a Brother educator, so or 2 or 3 or however many. Okay, guys. Aha, there we go. I got too excited. I loaded too many of these. I am getting irritated now. So let's close this and just close it down. I apologize. Task Manager, let's get rid of BES Blue here. End you. All right, we're going to do it in BES4 while I end this, but I'm going to go show you where we're going to go to get it, and we're just going to go get it, okay? So the first thing we have to do is go into our Canvas workspace because I transferred this wirelessly. Now, please, Lord, don't let me open 6 Canvas workspace. In my haste to get things open for you. It does not like me. I don't know what it is, but it does not like me. It does not like me. Every time I get up here, it decides it wants to spit at you. Okay, Canvas workspace. We're going to act like that little blue window's not hanging out there for us, okay? Can I, no, I can't extend because I can't see over there. File, import from cutting machine because we scanned that into our cutting machine, and so we're going to choose FCM file. All I'm going to do at this point is save that FCM file onto my computer. That's all I'm going to here for, and you can see that it is hanging out behind here. I'm going to move it around. Oh, stop that. Let's minimize you and move you around. So you can see that it's hanging out there. We could come in and delete these little extra pieces. Like I said, I had some extras and I wasn't going to worry about it. If I wanted to do my hat, I could do my hat. But for now, we are going to just do the swan, okay? I'm going to come over here, the flamingo. That it kind of looks like a swan. Export transfer FCM file And we want to export it because I'm saving it to my computer, and we're going to call it on my desktop, it is a flamingo, right? We'll call it a flam. Except evidently I want to call it a napalm. Flam. So I don't have to know how to smell flamingo today. All right, press enter. That stupid thing in the middle there is driving me nuts. All right, let's see here if I can't get something gone. BES Blue, where are you? It's not showing up there. So why are you still hanging out here? I don't know. If you all can watch the left side of the screen, we can continue this on. So I cry uncle. We're acting like we're in BES Blue because it's going to be the same exact thing. We're going to go up to the application button, except for it says BES Blue on it. And you would say import artwork. It will say, if you're in the base level, yours will say import FCM. I have every power pack in BES4 open. So we called it Flam, all right? There's my Flam FCM. You just determine where you saved it to. We'll open that file. There it is. So right now it's an artwork file. Oh, good. It went away. I can make it whatever size I want it to be. So because this is artwork, I'm going to go into hoop and I'm going to select a hoop. Let's tell it I want to go in the 5x7, which is what I've got right there. Let's go ahead and touch OK. There's my hoop, okay? We will go to our Tools tab. On your Tools tab, you are going to say Convert to Applique. That was hard, right? Extremely hard. I don't know if we can handle it. The stress was too much. You can resize it at that point if you would like to. If you don't want a red flamingo and you want a pink flamingo, by all means, have at it. Come over here and go to the pink color tile. Change color 3 to pink. You now have a hot pink flamingo. To make sure that this cuts in the appropriate size, because I did resize it, right? I would then touch my ScanNCut key, the ScanNCut button right here. It will generate my hot pink flamingo. And then I would save it back to my USB or save it to my computer and send it back over. Either way, through Canvas Workspace. There's the flamingo. But what if I want to get a little bit more creative? That's a flamingo, right? But wouldn't it be nice if my flamingo had legs? Or how about a beak of a different color? So let's do a little bit there. Your BES Blue will have, let's make him the size we want him to be here. I'm going to go home and I'm going to zoom in. Since we don't want to try opening up another program because evidently I'm going to get stuck in a loop because I opened the wrong one first. We're going to go to our Tools tab. You will have a line drawing tool. This guy right here. That is your tool that you have. You'll click it. We're going to start where that beak is. And we're going to left click to insert a point. I'm going to hold down my control key to make curves. That control key lets you turn curves instead of having to go pick up a different tool. And we're going to come right here. And then I'm going to take it over to the center. And I am going to say, close me. So close that shape in. It takes a little while to get used to drawing, but it's really not a complex item. You can do it. Now, since we've added that, I want it in a different color. I'm going to make it this. It kind of looks like a black, even though it's not. It'll work for now. Let's get rid of the beak from the original. You have this button called Edit Shape. You will grab the Edit Shape tool, highlight any points that you don't want, and press Delete on the keyboard. There we go. Now, we have a beak, right? But I actually don't want that line to stitch underneath there. So I'm going to go right here and I'm going to say right mouse click. And actually, no, I do want it to stitch there because I need a placement line, right? In order for it to be able to, for me to know where to put the rest of my thing, I need that placement line. So I'm going to leave it alone. We're going to add a point. So I'm going to right mouse click on this one and add a point and move it up there just a little bit. Good enough for government work. We're going to go zoom out, grab it all, except for we need to get the select tool. Now we can do Control A or select all. Go to your tools tab and touch the convert to applique button. Bam, you now have your applique. Now there's two pieces here, and I'm going to have an overlapping nose. I don't really want my overlapping nose, right? Which if I had split my line, I wouldn't have had that, but I can take care of this. As long as they are overlapping exactly where I want them to be, and if they aren't, then I can manipulate a few points. So let me come and grab this guy. Edit shape tool. Even after he's been converted to applique, you can still edit him. Right mouse click away. Now my lines are exactly overlapping, right? So we're going to grab the nose or the beak, I guess, if we're technically correct. Right mouse click and say remove overlapped stitches because I don't want that hump. We want to take that number down to 0 because we don't want any overlap remaining. Click OK. Voila. The red is no longer stitching underneath my black. Now let's add a few more parts to this because we can't leave him legless, right? The legless wonder does not working for us here. Let's go add design and let me find a design that might have some legs in it. How about a bird? If I go into the accents, I do believe I have a bird in my accents. There we go. Here's me a bird. I'm going to left click to insert my bird onto the page. And let's get rid of everything besides the legs. So in my sequence window, I went over there and I held my shift key down and grabbed everything that I didn't want. Now I'm left with my legs and a few extra things. That's close to what I want. So I'm going to come right click here and ungroup. I could grab it in my sequence window, but this is going to be faster. Click off of everything. Highlight around the circles and delete them. Highlight around this top part and delete it. Now we're going to highlight around these and we are going to Control G for group or right mouse click and choose group. Either way, but now they are grouped for me. Since it is a built-in design, all I have to do is resize it, take them down. Let's move them where we want them to embroider. I would want them to embroider before my body, right? So that they're in the right order. And now I have an embroidery design I'm ready to go with. It saves out multi-format, so I can save it out in any embroidery machine format that I want. Save as. You always want to save your BRF file. That is your original file that allows you to come back in and work on it. It makes it like you made it in the program. Once you save it, after you've done that, you'll save it in your machine format. Now, there is a setting in the preferences that you can have it set to save auto save BRF when you choose your machine format. That saves you a step, so it allows me to save it as my machine format and my outline format all in the same area under the same name at one time. So whatever machine format you like, you can go for and multiply. Once you save it, I'm pretty sure I have auto save BRF. We're going to call this Flamingo. We'll just call it Flam again. Flam. Save it. It's ready to go. Now, once again, I would go to my Tools tab, Scan and Cut button. It's going to generate the artwork for the nose and the body. Give it a second. It's going to come up with a new tab that says Artwork on it. There we go. Now I can export this FCM file, and we'll call it Flam Applique. Save it. Now, if I want to go USB, I would have saved it to my USB stick and put it over here. I did not bring a USB stick up. You all have heard my predicament today. I'm about to go whip bridges. So we're going to import it from my computer. And I had that in Brother Classes, I do believe, because I didn't change anything. Brother Classes. And it should be Flam Applique. There we go. We're going to open it. And this is just to let me go wirelessly so I don't have to do a USB. Export, transfer FCM file. via the internet. How am I doing on time? I'm doing okay. All right. So it's now transferred. Remember, USB could have been done too. You export, transfer, FCM instead. We're going to come over here. Robert, would you switch to the ScanNCut, please? We're going to touch the house and touch OK to clear my screen. That's all that's doing. It's not deleting anything out of your machine. We're just clearing our screen. All right. We are going to have the weirdest colored flamingo ever, but it's okay. We're going to touch retrieve data from computer, which is from Canvas Workspace, because that's the method it uses to transfer. You'll see my flamingo pieces. I have a mat here and I had some fabric here. All right, we're gonna have snowflakes and stars because that's what I've got today. So I'm gonna put it on my standard mat. Now I am going to sit here and I want you all to listen well to me on this one. If you have a brand new standard mat or you have just recently cleaned it and it is pristine, you want to rub a little dirt on it. So rub it across your britches if you're going to cut with your backing off. The other thing I want you to take note of is your stabilizer must be well melted to your fabric. If you think it's on there good enough, iron it again, especially if you're using heat and bond because it's got bubbles in it. And if you can see the bubbles, guess what? It's not melted to your fabric and it will stay on your mat. Okay. I would much rather you cut with the paper on the back of it on a mat and tape it to it than I would for you to get this stuck to it. I can always get paper off of a mat, but it is very challenging to get any heat applied material off of it. So that is the one caution I do want to say. Mine is not a pristine mat. I've been cutting on it for 2 days with multiple times a day. I've had all kinds of stuff on here. So I'm going to load my mat and my fabric in. You'll notice I didn't pay a bit more attention to the man in the moon where I put my fabrics, right? I've loaded my fabric on. I've got actually a hole in one of them. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I could have used this piece if I wanted to. We're going to do a background scan. This is one of the other amazing features about that scanner. I use this more than I use it to scan to create a pattern. I use this almost every single time that I use my machine because I don't like trying to figure out exactly where that cut file needs to go. So I tend to do, it takes a picture of what's down here on my mat. It makes life easy. So now I can come in here and I can drag my flamingo over onto my red snowflakes and we'll make his nose blue stars. And if you want to get in closer, you can always do that in the edit menu. You can come in to edit. Now see, I can see my flamingo butt doesn't fit on there, right? The tail of the flamingo is not on there. He's not in there. So I would need to move him down or rotating that because I can do all of that on here. If I wanted more than one of him, I'd come into object edit and I duplicate. So this is your do more than one. So if I wanted more than one nose, I duplicate it. Now I've got 2 noses there hanging out somewhere. I'm going to click OK and undo. Oh no, I did 2 flamingos. So there's my second flamingo hanging out. All right, let's go ahead and move this where we want it. That's pretty good. I'm happy. If you want to zoom in, this is your zoom button. You can zoom in up to 400%. So the other thing that I use this scanner for is, let's say we want to get that head over a specific snowflake. I can set and manipulate it. Now, granted, I'm on a teeny tiny piece of fabric here, but you see how I can get that head in that snowflake? It allows you to actually use fun fabrics to cut and actually see where they're going to be instead of having to worry about where is this placed. We're going to go ahead and say okay. Say okay again. I do have my black auto blade in here because I'm using fabric with a backing. When you're using fabric with a backing, you're using your black auto blade. The Brother logo always faces you. The flat side goes to the machine. That tells the machine what blade is actually in there. We're going to say, please select and touch cut. So I've cut it. Now, what is magical about this machine is the auto blade technology. You notice I have not told it what kind of fabric I'm using. I'm basically knowing that I want to use this blade. It's got spring action in it, so it automatically detects the depth of the fabric. So we're going to go ahead and put that back in. I could do a test cut and check it out, but I'm going to live on the wild side and press start, and we're going to go. It is going to come in here, and it is going to cut what I've got. So the first thing it does is calibrate itself to the mat. The second thing it does is measure the depth of the material, and then it goes and takes off and cuts. It can cut fabric, it can cut cork, it can cut heat transfer vinyls, adhesive vinyls. It can cut cork, it can cut basically any material 3 millimeters or less, except for metal. I would never run metal through my machine. And I wouldn't, if it's a really dense wood, I wouldn't do that. But balsa wood, you're fine. The newest one has a rotary auto blade. And I will say this also, guys. Your blade selection, what you cut is going to affect how long your blades stay sharp. Oh no, I can only cut one layer at a time, but I could have put an entire sheet of these up there if I'd have wanted to. So here we go. Now there's that. But what's cool about the BES software is that this is not all it does. Okay, guys, that it can do that and it does it very well. So this is an example of something that was created with the BES software and the applique. The text on that one is from either the Dream Machine is my guess. Here's another example so you can see the fun text that you can do with that. That's called envelope text. It can do word collage, which is fitting your word inside of a shape. So that's that one. It has 199 professionally digitized fonts, including small fonts that are wonderful for quilt labels. So you have applique fonts, you have small fonts. These are all done at their default sizes. So as I pass them around, feel free to look. Let me see if I can find, I love that one. So here's a small font, here's a small font. They are beautiful, and I have made no changes to these guys, just so you know. There's another small font. These are specialties. And just go have fun, look at them. But there's like 10 or 15 small fonts that are, hold on, I can't tell you how many there's, but they're, off the top of my head, there are 199 built-in fonts, and they really are very nice fonts. There are also 5 specialty monogram fonts plus the original 11. So there's like 16 monogram fonts. But the ones that I like the best are the new ones. So, and let me show you what ones those are. If I come in here and I put my name in, and let's go out here and zoom out. If I come and choose monogram, that's what I meant. Monogram text tool. Robert, would you flip me to the computer real quick? I'm going to do this one last thing. Computer, real quick. And then I got to stop because somebody else has to get in behind me. I could talk to you all day. You know this. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to choose my monogram text tool. Come in and type in my initials. So I have the, remember I picked up the wrong one here. So Fancy Runs Monogram is one of my favorites. It really is a nice light monogram, and it is one of my favorites. We also have Intertwined Monogram. So that one's a much more ornate one, but it's beautifully stitches. You have Modern Angles, which is a more masculine look. Now, Modern Angles has decors next to it. You'll see that this thing decor popped up. So it has some decors next to it. When you click that, click apply, it automatically adds the decor. They are the built-in fonts in the program. I stitched them all out. I stitched every single one of them. I basically put them in a frame. I put them in a hoop. If the name of I am a little OCD. That is the name of the font and stitched out its default size. Okay, with regular thread. I didn't use any fancy thread either. All right, guys, I have to say goodbye. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for coming and listening to us. And be sure and stop and ask Rosemary and I any questions that you have. We'll be happy to answer it. Bye.
All right, y'all. So that was Cindy Hogan doing another fantastic ScanNCut demo with the BES software. I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope you learned something. Thank you so much to everyone who has stuck with us throughout the day. We're going on hour 6 right now of streaming, but we still have some more to go. It's only 4:30 p.m. Central where we're at right now. So let's take a look at our schedule to see what we've got for the rest of the day. So it's 4:30 right now. We've got Becky Thompson with Simply Applique, who will be coming on right after Cindy Hogan. After we finish setting Becky up, she'll be good to go. Now, after Becky, we have Angela Wolf, leader of the Wolf Pack. She is going to be doing a demo on the Luminaire XP2. She did one earlier today, too. So if you missed that, feel free to catch the replay whenever we go off the air. It was really informative. I learned a lot, and I think you will, too. So after Angela Wolf, we are going to have Coleen Swettman come back and talk to us a little bit more about Brothers multi-needle embroidery machines. She's going to be bringing out one of those 6 or 10 needle machines. I can't quite remember which one it is, but she's going to be talking about those machines and all of the things that you can do, the wealth of things that you can do with those machines. And then after that, that is going to be our last live demonstration of the day, but don't worry, we will have 2 more demonstrations after Coleen that are pre-recorded. Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden was kind enough to pre-record something with me to show to you all during the Quilt Festival. And if you caught it yesterday, it's the same video. It is a sewing machine mat. It's just something you can put underneath your sewing machine with like a little pocket in it to stick some of your notions, your scissors, what have you. And she did it in the hoop on a Brother XP2. So stay tuned for that. It's really interesting and it came out super cute. So I hope you watch that after Coleen. And then after Reen, we are going to have Heather Banks. Now, Heather has pre-recorded just a few demonstrations for us. Actually, she was kind enough to pre-record a few of them for us to show throughout the festival. And she is going to be showing off, I believe it is the NQ1700E that we have in store for you today. Yes, that is exactly what it is. So stay tuned for the NQ. Oh yeah, stay tuned for the NQ1700E. I think that you'll enjoy that video a lot. So show of hands in the chat if you're still with me. Tell me hello. I would love to hear from you and see where you're watching, what you're working on, how you feeling today. I know it's been a long day with a lot of information, so feel free to sound off in the chat. Let us know how we're doing. I always love to know and see how you guys are feeling about the stuff that we're making for you. Kitty Gage says, I have the Simply Applique due to Becky's influence on YouTube. Yes, Becky's got a really big presence on YouTube, and we're really happy that she has agreed to demo on our stage. Well, Kitty, you came to the right place. If you need to learn how to use it, Becky Thompson is going to have a really great tutorial on how to use Simply Applique. Liz Fowler says hello. Hi, Liz. Thank you so much for watching with us today. Jane's learned a lot today. Good, Jane. I'm so happy for you. Yay. Mary Strong is watching again from South Carolina. So great to see you again in the chat, Mary. Kate says hi from Northern Illinois. Love Becky's segments. Yes, Becky's so awesome. Shirley is still going strong and loving it. Fantastic. Oh, so great. Good. Diane is here. Fantastic. Thank you all so much for watching. Marilyn M is saying hi. You're giving us what? Oh, that's so good. I'm so glad we're giving you what you want. Good, good, good. That makes me so happy. Gia's still watching over in Michigan. Hi again, Gia. Really great to see you. Connie, you've been hanging out in the chat with us all day. So glad to see you're still here. Cindy said, made a jack-o'-lantern face mask for a Halloween event tonight while listening and watching. Cindy, submit that mask to our mask decorating competition. Remember, we have a mask decorating competition going on right now over on allbrands.com/mask. Submit that image over here on our website. I'm going to put that link down there, scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Submit it. get people to vote on it. You could win an SE 1900, a flat cap frame, a magnetic frame, and a So Steady mask template if you win. Do not forget to enter that competition. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's see who else we've got. Joanne is enjoying the show. Oh, I'm really happy that you're enjoying it, Joanne. And I'm so happy you're having fun participating remotely. That is the goal today. So I'm really, really glad that you are watching and enjoying. I know it's been really hard for all of us to get out to Houston. For some of you, you may be, in a different country, just circumstances might not have it in the cards for you. So I'm really glad that we could take the Houston Quilt Festival virtually and to you. Obviously, you're missing the rest of the show floor, but you got the best of the best here. You've got the AllBrands booth showing you everything that we've got going on. Fran Rudolph says a lot of great information. We're so glad you're enjoying it, Fran. Thank you. Betty Boop, missed yesterday, here now. Oh, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for watching. If you missed yesterday, you can go back and watch it in the over on our Facebook and our YouTube channels. All of that is available for replay. Yes, and Fran is still here. I'm so glad y'all are still here. Marcia Jones is still here. Hello. We got Lori Wall 2000 over here on YouTube. Hi. Delia is still here. Great to see you, Delia. And Phil Beck. Yes, woohoo. Oh my gosh, it's been 6 hours. We are going strong. This has been a great day. I am so glad. I'm so glad that all of you have learned a lot. April Taylor is watching from Australia. We got a lot of Australian viewers today. So cheers to all of our watchers down under. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for watching. Karen's still watching from Ohio. Yes. And yes, Joanne, of course, we have the replay ready. So the last 2 days are already up, and this morning's videos are also already up. So you can go ahead and watch those. And once we go off the air here on this broadcast, it will be available for rewatch. And what we're going to do is we're going to try and get timestamps available for all of these videos once the fest is over. So if you wanted to see a particular demonstration, you can hop straight to that time, and we'll try and make that happen for you. Nancy Gonzalez is still here going strong. Thank you so much for watching, Nancy. Oh, it's really good to see all you guys. This makes me very happy. I'm having a very fun day at work right now. I really love the Quilt Festival. Again, I've never been able to attend in person just because I came here for COVID. COVID just hit when I started here, and now I am so happy to be helping with the virtual booth. This has been such an exciting day. And let's see what else we got going on. So yes, we do have the mask decorating contest. We are currently waiting for Becky Thompson to go ahead and get started. That should be happening fairly soon. So stay tuned for that. And oh my goodness, you guys, what an action-packed day this has been. Hey, so we have Becky coming up, and we also have Angela Wolf coming up after. I know that a lot of you guys are members of the Wolf Pack, or you are Becky's subscribers. If you are, go ahead and tag a friend in the comments, share this with your friends, let them know, hey, Becky and Angela are going to be up on the booth, up on the main stage of our booth very soon. So they don't miss this, because I want them to see all of this content. We've got so much going on, and I want to make sure that everybody gets to see it, or gets a chance to see it, because this is very, very exciting, and I want you all to be able to see it. Oh my gosh. So it looks like we're getting Becky set up right now. Let's see. Yes, and waiting for Becky and Angela. They are coming back to back, and we are going to have Becky and Angela again tomorrow. Angela Wolf's last day at the festival with us is unfortunately tomorrow, but that is the other chance that you have to see her live. Yes, I'm so glad you guys are watching, both Becky and Angela. That makes me really happy. I'm glad we could get them working on the stage. A big thank you to them for helping us out at our booth. I'm really happy that they have been able to help us throughout the Quilt Fest and demo for us. This has been so crazy, but so much fun. Yes, tag a friend below. Please let me know what your favorite part of the day has been so far. Go ahead and leave a like or a heart, whatever you're feeling, however you're feeling on our on this post if you're watching on Facebook. And yeah, just subscribe to our channel if you haven't yet either. We have a YouTube channel that's been growing really rapidly that I'm really proud of. We are here to help you. We're here to help educate you. So that has been growing like crazy. If you want to see more educational content, then please go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel is AllBrands Corporate. For those of you watching on Facebook, subscribe and click the bell. While we were waiting earlier today, I noticed that over the last 7 days, 56% of the people who watch our videos on YouTube aren't subscribed. So go ahead and subscribe if you haven't yet. But I'm going to keep my mouth shut for right now. It is time to send it over to the booth. Let's hear from Becky Thompson.
My audio is working back there. I can tell. I know. There it is. Yeah, that wasn't this operator. Good to go? Good to go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let me go ahead and do this. Hi, everybody. Hi, I'm Becky from Power Tools with Thread. Yay! It is so good to see you all here. I am just so touched that you guys came from all over the country to come and see me do on stage what you see me do on YouTube all the time, okay? It's just different, right? It's better to visit in person. Okay, so what I'm gonna do today, down here in front of me, I have some samples that I made from the Count on It book. This is Nancy Halverson's. It's a very old book. It's in every quilt store in the country. You guys have seen it. A lot of you have it, right? So when you have paper applique patterns, you get this. These are reversed for you, okay? But when you have paper applique patterns, this is, you want to, what I'm gonna do with this software, let me back up and tell you exactly what this software does. This software is gonna automate your applique, okay? So it's going to, the ScanNCut is going to create a file that will be used as a cut file to cut all of your pieces out. And then it's also going to create the file that Simply Applique software, which is very inexpensive, is going to turn into an embroidery file, an applique embroidery file. It's going to create the placement line, the tack down line, and your final satin or blanket stitch. So if you have got paper patterns that overlap, like this one overlaps and it's got dotted lines, you would want to go ahead and make sure that you make a copy of it so you don't ruin your original, and then trace out the one that you have. If it's all by itself, like the bats were by themselves, I just made a copy of the bats, and then you want to run it into your ScanNCut and make a picture of it, okay? So today I'm going to make the 8. Yesterday we made the 4. Today I'm going to make the 8 because I've got to make another one of these numbers. So I need my low-tack mat. Where did that go? Low-tack mat, low-tack mat. Low-tack mat right there. Underneath my mask. Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Dumped your mask.
That's all right. Can I have my hoop and...
Take this out of there?
No, that's all right. Can I have my hoop and all that too? Yeah, totally unprepared. Thank you. Oh, you're awesome. Isn't she wonderful?
I take tips.
She's awesome. I've been a fan of Angela's for so many years, and then I finally figured out I'm horrible with fit. So quilts always fit, right? Okay.
And I'm a fan of Becky, so even if I don't quilt.
I don't quilt much either. There you go. You can have it all. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, so this is the low-tack mat. Let me take the paper off of it here. If you guys are ever going to put paper on a mat, you want to put it on your low-tack mat, or you want to put it on the scanning mat, and that's the one with the clear flap that does not have any sticky to it at all. So let me take my 8, and I'm just going to set this on here very loosely. I don't really want it to get real stuck on there. I think that's okay. And I am going to scan this into the ScanNCut. I'm just going to load the mat. Am I in the way of the camera? I'm going to load the mat. Do we have ScanNCut on? Okay. So essentially what I've done is I've got my paper applique pattern. I traced it. Now remember, the old way you do applique is you take a light box or a window and you trace the pattern, right? And then you iron it on heat and bond. You take the heat and bond and you iron that to your fabric. And then you have to cut it out by hand, right? And that's always fun when you're making all those little eyeballs, those little round eyeballs for the monsters and the bunnies and all that. Isn't that fun to do? No. And then, right, that's not fun at all, right, at all. And then you have to put it in your sewing machine. Stitch, stitch, stop, turn, stitch, stop. Oops, dang it, rip. Stitch, stitch, stop. Oops, dang it, rip. right? That's not for me. That's awful. I hate doing that. So I'm going to just scan, and I'm going to scan to cut data and start. So because I'm going to do the 8 today, when you have the ScanNCut, you have a couple of choices. You can choose, you only want the outside, you want the inside of the outside, or you want regions. And the regions you want if you have color. There's something you're doing with color. So because the 8 has some inside circles, I want to choose the inside and the outside. That's what I want it to digitize. So it's recognizing. See that? Okay. You've got the 3 choices. The first button is outside only. See that? The next one is regions, and the third one is inside outside. That's what I want. Inside outside. And that's all I want to do with it. I can edit it on screen. I don't want to. I don't have to. I'm just going to tell it okay. And now it wants to know, where do I want to save it? It doesn't tell you that. They expect that to be intuitive, okay? Do you want to save it to the machine or to the cloud, or do you want to save it to USB? And I'm going to say save it to USB. I don't have a USB in here. I've got my own. And, oh, it's smarter than I am. It said can't save to USB because USB data is not inserted. Machine smarter than I am. USB. There we go. And it made it number 2 on the USB media. I'm going to tell it okay. And I'm pretty much done with it. I'm going to tell it okay. Now that I've got the scanning part done, I want to edit it. I need to edit it. The 7 was on there. There was a line from underneath. Normally, I will upload that file to the Brother Canvas cloud and clean it up there. I like working with Brother Canvas. It's free. It's a lot of fun. So I'm just going to go to home now and delete all patterns. I'm going to tell it okay. And now I want to retrieve data, and I want to get my number back. All right. So I'm going to go to the USB, and I'm going to go down to the last one. There's my 8 right there. That's the PES. Let me get out of that. And did it save it? Did it save? There it is right there. So I want you to take a look at that. Look at that file name there on the screen. It says U, and it's got a bunch of zeros. It says 2.fcm. Okay. That FCM file has 2 purposes in life. It's a cut file. So that FCM file will cut your fabric, and that FCM file will be imported into Simply Applique to create your embroidery file. So on here, I'm going to tell it, okay, that's the one I want. And I'm going to edit. I'm going to touch the 7, and I'm going to hit the trash can delete. And I'm going to tell it okay and make the 7 go away. Now that, because it's a paper applique, it was inverted. I'm not going to change it right now because it doesn't matter. An 8 is an 8 is an 8. If it was the 7, it would matter. If it was the 4, it would matter. You follow? Okay. So I'm just going to leave it like it is. Once you have this file done like this, you cannot change the size at all. This file right here determines the size of how it's going to be cut on your fabric. So I'm just going to leave it as is. I'm going to tell it okay. Let me pull this off, paper off. There we go. I have my fabric here. It already has heat and bond on the back. I'm going to pull the paper off. You want to make sure your heat and bond is so adhered to your fibers that it cannot peel off. All right. You want to be able to do that. I'm going to put fabric side down this time. I did fabric side up last time. I got in trouble. And because this is a low tack mat and not a standard tack mat, I don't want it to run around on the mat when I'm not looking. So I'm going to take some tape, and I'm just going to tape the corners down just a little bit. And that way I know for sure that this fabric is not going to shift on me. You can even take painter's tape and tape your whatever substrate you're using and put it down. I learned that from Amy Bachman. She's an amazing instructor. All right, this is good. So I'm going to tell it, okay, I've got the 8 on there. Okay, please select. I'm going to cut. I'm going to make sure half cut is off. And that's right there in the last bit of the words, right above test, it says half cut is off. And I'm going to tell it start. Oh, wait. Pause. Quit cutting. What did I forget to do? I forgot to scan the fabric. This is the beauty of the ScanNCut. Okay, so I'm going to go back. And you see the little blue box with the bar across it? I'm going to scan the fabric and make sure that my cut file is going to fit on the fabric. That is so handy to do. I can't tell you all the number of times I've skipped that step. Oh, gosh. Ah, it was off. Look at that. Okay. I'm going to take this and move it over. Oh, I'm not grouped. All right. I can't fix that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit home. I'm going to tell it okay. I'm going to retrieve data. I'm going to zip through this real quick, guys. I needed to group it. Okay, to group something. Let me see. I'm going to hit the group button, which is the series of 3 red boxes. I'm going to group that. And that's fine. I think that's okay. Let me see. I want to move this. Nope. Move this over. Maybe the 8 wasn't such a great idea. I'm going to do that. I think that I can't see. I think that's okay. Yep. Okay. And that looks good. Does that look good? Let me see if I can move them all at once. Ha! There we go. That's what I'm after. Okay. Let's tell it okay. Okay. Select. Cut. Nope, I did it again. It's because I'm nervous. Wait, no, go back. Cancel. Go back. Scan. That should be right, right? Let's see. Let's double check. It went perfect yesterday, y'all. It did. It went perfect. That looks like that'll work. I'm going to tell it okay. And select and cut and start. All right. So I'm going to let it cut. Now, I have hooped a piece of no-show mesh. All right. And I am using Pellon 987F. It's a wonderful product. I just put the back of my, this is my background. Make sure that thing's, all right. And it's on here, and I'm just going to kind of wing where I put it. I do have a crosshair from Penn on there. So let me put these about center. Put this about center. Put that. There, that's on there pretty good. Okay. It thinks it does. I'm not sure that it does. What happened was yeah, it's doing it again. It's fine. It did. Okay. Yeah. Oh, this is a mess, you guys. This is an absolute mess. Stop. Stop. This did not work at all. And I'm going to quit cutting. I'm going to tell it okay. All right. No problem. So I do not have any more fabric over here. I don't have any more fabric over here. I don't think. Nope. Keith, I need the tan bag that's over there. It's just a tan tote bag and it's got purple lettering on the front of it, please. So this is what happens when you don't use a fabric mat. You have to use the right mat. Right, this just came up, okay? Because this is a low-tack mat. It's not the right mat for cutting fabric. The fabric mat is the gold mat, and that's got gold, the gold end on there. This is a, yes, thank you, yeah. No, no, you don't want to do that. So let me try this again. Yeah, I mean, no, and that's a good question because you don't want to do that. That's absolutely not what you want to do. I'm going to put this heat and bond side down because it's low tack. Right, so let's try this again. Select, oh wait, I need to go back. I need to, it did not stick well enough. So I'm going to go back. I need to scan it one more time and make sure that my fabric's in the right place. Right, so see, you make a mistake, it's easy to recover from that, okay? You just, but using the right mat is really, really important. Let's see. Pretty close, pretty close. That's good enough for government work, y'all? That'll work, right? Right. Yes. Heat and bond side down on the low tack mat. Now I use heat and bond side down on my gold fabric mat, but my gold fabric mat has a lot of use on it. It's very sticky, but it's not new sticky. Okay. So, and you guys know you're always supposed to test these things too. Ma'am, I use heat and bond light. Yeah. I don't have any scissors up here. I guess I just use the red. I see. Yeah. Yes. Oh, that's all right. I'm just, they're giving me a yeah. Okay, so let's see how we did, right? Ha ha ha. Yes, that's what I want. That's right. Let me see if I can get the center out. Now, the thing you do need to watch when you're doing applique, remember I mentioned the size, okay, of when you don't want to change the size once you've scanned it in. You also want to be very careful about stretching the fabric as it comes off the mat. So it's good to use your scraper and then kind of scrape it up a bit by bit, all right? Okay, so now let's talk about Simply Applique. We've got the laptop here. I don't want to, I'm finished with the ScanNCut. I don't need to mess with it anymore. I'm going to put this over here and bring this up. Am I in the HDMI? All right. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate that. Okay, so I'm in Simply Applique. And now what I'm using right now is BES4. If you have BES4, you don't need Simply Applique. It's already inside of that. Okay, Simply Applique is a module of BES4. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to touch the B up at the top of the screen right up here, up in this top corner. You see that? And that's like the file menu. I'm going to click File, Import FCM. Okay. And I'm going to go to the 7 and 8 just because it's easier to do that than to look around for this. So there it is. Let me highlight the 7. I'm going to hit delete on my keyboard. And I am fairly certain that this, I swapped this. I didn't swap that one. I swapped this one. So I'm going to go to Arrange, Flip, Horizontal, and it just did that. Did you see it? Okay. So I want to turn this into an applique pattern right now. All right. So I've imported the FCM file. Let me show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to come over here to Tools on the top menu. You see that? See Tools? See this button way over here on the far side? Convert to applique. One button. Click. Done. So it defaults to an outside satin stitch. I want to use the blanket stitch. So over here in the properties on the right-hand side where it says satin, I'm going to hit that drop down and I'm going to go to blanket and then come down and hit apply. Boom. Done. I'm finished. All right. Now, over here in the sequence view on the left side, if I click this little plus sign, there it is. There's your placement stitch, your tack down stitch, and your final satin or blanket stitch. That's how you know it's an applique pattern. So now all I have to do is go File, Save As, okay? And right down here in the bottom, it defaults to Paste Setter Outline BRF. You're just gonna hit the drop down and I'm gonna bring it to Brother. And I'm just gonna call it, I'll just 8. I'm gonna do, let me do 8-2 because this one is flipped. Tell it okay. And I'm done. It is now an embroidery file on my USB stick. So now I come over here, cancel. And I'm gonna, I'm gonna touch embroidery button. Am I in the Luminaire? I'm gonna go to the memory. And I'm gonna go to USB. I'm going to go to 8. Can you see it? Okay, 8. I'm going to tell it okay and set. And look, there are my 3 stitches there, and I'm going to hit embroidery. And the button's green. I'm just going to tell it to go. Now what it's going to do is it's going to put the placement stitch down. Normally I would use the camera and scan this, but we're in a hurry. I've been, so you can tell it's just stitching away right now. It's going awful slow. Let's get busy, right? Let's see if it happens. Oh. I mean, you buy these machines for their speed, right? Why'd you have it down on 350? Yeah, it was down on 350. I just upped it to the default, which is 1500. Oh, that doesn't work for embroidery. No, that only works in the sewing field. That's why I was like, what? What are y'all talking about? No. Let me pull this out. Yeah. So here's where it matters that you did not change the size Let me put this on here. Okay. I should have flipped it. I should have flipped it. It's not going to work. I'm sorry, guys. It's not going to work. And I'm out of time. I apologize. So if this was to go like this, hold on. You know what? Let me see here. So the fabric's upside down for the demo. So what, right? KK 2000. Yeah. Yeah, it's stretched. This is not working. So the thought is, once this is down, man, yesterday it was perfect, y'all. It was just perfect. Why isn't this fitting right? I don't know why this is not fitting right. I have no idea. It should be. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know. And so anyway, the final satin stitch will stitch all that down, and that is the result down there. So sorry about that. I'm getting thrown off the stage with a hook. We'll see you guys. All right.
All right, y'all. So that was Becky Thompson. Thank you for sticking with us through any technical difficulties that we may be having both on the stage and virtually. Thank you so very much. And yes, and there's a lot of pressure doing things live. That's very true. But if you want to see this demo, she did something fairly similar yesterday. I believe it was yesterday at the same time. So if you go back and you watch part 2 of yesterday's video, you know what I'll do? Actually, I'm going to go ahead and share that with you guys, but I'll share it with you time-stamped. So that way you have it, and that way you can take a look at that the way that it's supposed to come out. Obviously, I know that it's not ideal, but I'm going to try and get that link to you guys with a timestamp so you can see exactly what Becky was doing with that. So around the 2-hour mark, I'm trying to timestamp this for you guys right now. Let's see if we can make that happen. We're going to find out. And how are you guys doing? Yes, Jane, you're right. She did show. I love Becky's demos. We all make. Yes, Becky is still the bomb. Becky is always the bomb. And guys, great news too. We've got Angela Wolf coming next. So get excited for that. Yes, Becky did fantastic. Everybody show some love to Becky in the chat. She is doing some fantastic work and we appreciate everything that she does. Jane, yes, she did show what is possible. And I love that so very much. So let's see. We've got Becky over here in the video from yesterday. So let me go ahead and find a timestamp for you. I'm getting there. We're finding one for you right now. Just let me know in the chat how you guys are doing. I love hearing how y'all are doing. I just want to check in. Make sure you grab a snack, a drink, whatever. Whatever you like. I know we've got a few more hours to go today. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and send this out to you guys. It was right around the 2-hour mark yesterday. Let's fast forward over to that. And yesterday was awesome too. I know you guys, you're so right. You're right. Becky's way calmer under pressure than I could ever be. Honestly, she is truly a fantastic presenter. So here is the video. Let me go ahead and drop this down for you in the chat. It's already timestamped. So if you want to watch Becky's demo from yesterday, it is fairly similar to yesterday. So here, I'm going to drop that in the chat for you guys right now. So let's see. After today, I'm having a glass of wine and I might be right there with you. It's Friday. It's Friday. You know, when I get home, it's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, as they say. But it will be past 5 for me. So We are in perfect shape. So right down there in the chat is the link to that YouTube video with Becky. So if you would like to see that, you can absolutely go watch that demo from yesterday. It is pretty similar, different number. I believe instead of an 8 it was a 4 yesterday. Let's see. Let's see if we have any comments, anything like that. Karen is wondering, can you purchase Simply Applique online? Karen, I'm actually going to check on that for you right now while we're waiting for Angela. But I think Angela may be ready in just a moment. So since we are rushing along, I'm going to go ahead and bring her on.
I just need to move this over a little bit. There we go. You know, I never figured out, no offense, why they have carry-on bags with these. Have you ever tried lifting these things? But those bags are great for fabric. Just to let you know. Okay, let me make sure I have everything on here. He hasn't turned it on yet. This is not on. It is? Oh. Okay, better? Okay, welcome. I don't have to tell the whole skirt thing over, do I? Okay. All right, so I guess this camera should go like that. Maybe. I do. Not here. Yeah, at home. How many of you watch the live shows on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? Thank you, thank you. So when I usually have cameras all over my studio, so I just turn one and then I run to the other. It's like my exercise program. Sometimes I do a few squats in between, but if you guys really saw, and if any of you saw the one show, well, they're getting that video camera, saw the one show where somebody was on, and when they're on, sometimes if I'm trying to get my second energy, I'll grab some weights. And I was doing weights and I leaned over and then her camera went out and I was like, hi. I had a really hard time trying to explain that, but I let it slide. So we're ready whenever you are, Robert. Okay, so this camera, I don't know if it's on the screen. So your guys' job is to, if we're trying to get on the screen, this is camera 1, camera 2. So if he's on the wrong one, just yell to the other. So could you remember 1 and 2? All right. 1 and 2. 1, 2. And now that you're at numbers, when we're all finished, you're all going to pick a number, and then we're going to do the drawings for the Swettman needles. So don't get too caught up on the numbers. While he's flipping that, look at this beautiful gift I got from a friend. They did this on the Luminaire. You can see all the quilting on it. And then they did the proud member of the Wolf Pack on it. It's for your curling iron. But I must have been really tired when I packed because I opened it up this morning, my curling iron, and I forgot to put it in there. So I'm really happy that it's humid here because the curls went to state anyways. All right, you ready, Freddie? Oh, am I already live? Hi. Okay, so welcome. If you don't know me, I'm Angela Wolf, host of It's So Easy TV, and at your side virtually for Brother as a brand ambassador. And I also have my own show on YouTube and would love to have you on there. So today, how many of you have the Luminaire, just out of curiosity? How many of you want the Luminaire? It's like the Dream Machine's awesome too. So I'm going to tell you my favorite things on here. Now, this morning I did some favorite things, and I'm switching it up a little bit this afternoon, so the ones that are faithful over here both won't be bored, right, Monica? And then I'll also learn how to do the dance when I'm all done. All right, so if you notice on this screen, I'm going to go to the sewing side again because, as you know, I'm a big garment sewer. Camera 2. This is real teamwork, okay? Can you see the screen? Okay, good. So on here, I'll go back. You have sewing, you have embroidery. Of course, you have Disney. Those of you that like Disney, there are a ton of designs in there. I'm not going to focus on Disney because I know that a lot of the other people do. But they have, you scroll across the top, you can pick any design. It comes up on the screen. You can make it larger, smaller. It's easy to see. My nephews call this the best iPad ever. No affiliation to Brother, of course, but then you also have my design center. So if you've been watching the Brother shows, and you can go back and watch all the replays, we've been having my design center like every single Tuesday and Thursday. And people who don't have this machine or any my design center are like, okay, we're over this now. But if you'd like to go back, there's a gazillion tutorials. So let's go to the sewing side. I'm gonna put my little glasses on for this, make sure I'm hitting the right buttons. So you have a stylus that comes with the machine. Your biggest job here is to make sure you have batteries, because that's what I always end up doing on a live show, forgetting. And there's a button here, and you can see the light goes on, meaning the batteries are working. So this side works for one function, and this side is just for the screen. I don't use this much. I always end up using my finger. But this is the side I'm going to focus on right now for part of the sewing. So on here, you have a ton of stitches here. And something I did not do this morning is if you go under character decorative stitches, look at how many there are. They go on and on. These are all built in. You can scroll across the top here. There's a ton. So I'm just going to pick one little section here, and we have a fly. I swear I took a shower. I forgot the curling iron, but I did take a shower. All right, so you can see the design here. It shows you it on the screen. You can also change the color on here, but I want to focus on two different things. First, I'm going to hit projector, and then we'll go to camera 1. Oh, hi, Barb.
Hi, sorry, I'm just going to borrow this for a second. I'll bring it right back.
She's stealing my magnetic hoop. Okay, she will. It is her magnetic hoop. All right, can you see up here on this screen here? Wonderful. All right, so I showed a little bit of this morning, but I want to show you a couple more things. So on here, because we're at character decorative stitches, if I click on this icon right here, and this is where you touch the button like this, and then you touch that. And I'll get my hand out of the way. And when you do that, it shows you the stitch that I chose and the one on each side. And when you do that, it actually grays out this screen, so you can't use both. So as I do that, I can just click and scroll to the right or left, and it'll take you through all of the stitches. Now, we were talking about this. How many of you love putting a decorative stitch and all of a sudden you look at it on the actual fabric? It looks great, and you're like, yeah, that didn't work out so well. That is not fun to rip out. But this gives you the actual visual of what it will look like on your fabric, as you can see here. Once you pick a stitch that you like, see if I can. Wynn's calling. Hi, Wynn. Okay, let's pick one of these, and I think you'll be able to see this okay. Click set. And then once you have that, you have other options. You can make these stitches wider or longer. You can also change the background, which is right here, which now you can really see that, can't you? It's very cool. So I love that feature. I showed a lot of this in the morning, but I will show it again later if you need to. But I want to point out a few other things if you're stitching. So I'm going to turn that off. Now on the Dream Machine, you have the Dream Machine? You have the laser light, right? So on here, if you go to camera 2, that was for me. Just kidding. So camera 2. All right, so here, this is the icon right here. When you click on here, are you on camera 2? Okay. Click on that, and then you end up with this whole section here. Now, this took me a little bit to get used to because there's subline, there's a regular line, there's on and off. Now, first of all, you can turn that off, but I'm turning it on. On the main side here, you have the line length, which we never had before. Now you can have the line small, medium, and long, basically. You can change the color so it shows up on the fabric, and I'm going to take you over here in a second so you can see this. Go to camera 2 for a sec, or 1. 1. Can you see those two lines here? So not only do you have that, you can actually change the widths of these lines. So if you watch the lines, see how I'm moving them around? So wherever you're sewing, now right now there's an embroidery foot on there, so I can't sew, but let's just say you're sewing and you want to make sure you have a perfect 1/4 of an inch, or you want a perfect 1/2 of an inch. You can line one up with the edge of your fabric and one up where you're stitching. Or if you're trying to do top stitching, you can match up your top stitching beautifully. All right, so also in here, camera 2, on the subline. Now this is one of my favorites. And if you are in the Luminaire, if you buy a Luminaire today, you'll be in my Luminaire class that has about 50 videos showing you how to use it. So you'll see that this is one of my favorites. This grid right here, And what color would be the best for you? Oh, that white. Okay. So here you can either do the grid, you can do angles, and you can do straight. I'll take you over here so you can see what that is. So let's do the grid. Let's go right here. And now you can see this grid, right? So you can make that wider or narrower. See that? So what I love doing top stitching. So what I'll do is maybe that where the green line is, that's my stitch line. And then as I move my other stitch over, I can line whatever stitch I just did with one of these grids. Or if you're trying to do a whole bunch of different rows, that's a pretty wide area to do. And that's the projector for the sewing side. Win must know I'm on stage. Do y'all know Win, my husband? Yeah, you should by now because he usually walks in on the videos and helping all over the place. All right, so that's the sewing side. Any questions on that? There's so much you could do on this machine. I could be here all day, but I'm only allowed 20 minutes. So let's go to the embroidery side. I'm going to click on home. And here you have my design center, which you've seen us talk about. But this is a good one that if you get this machine or you have any of the machines with my design center, go on YouTube and watch some of those older videos. This is great. So on here, you can create your own thing. You can scan in an image. You can take a photo of an image. If you download the app for Brother, it's free, and input it, and it will turn it into embroidery. So I'm going to go on here. I'm just going to add a couple shapes. You like mug rugs? I don't know why it's doing that little. Must be the fly. Okay, so go on in here. I'm going to just pick this icon here. So there's my shape. I can make it larger. You can make it any size you want. And one thing that I like to do is I'll actually use the scanner and scan in my name. Then you can use it for personalizing gifts. But here you go. Now let's add a few shapes. How about a flower? There we go. It's kind of big. Let's make it a little smaller. And I'll just add one more because you'll get the idea. Teardrop. Let's make that smaller. As you can see, there's a lot of options here. Make it smaller, move it around. You can move it with your hand, or you can use this icon here if you just want to move it maybe just a little bit, okay? Now, this is one of my favorite are the fills. So if you go under this paint bucket here and then click above it, this is if you wanted to fill a certain area with satin stitches. So let's just say we want to do that. I'll make this gray, click OK, and I can fill that area here. Can you see that? So that just added satin stitches with 3 seconds, right? No software, anything like that. Although you get software with this, this is all on the screen. All right, so let's pick a different one. What about stippling? How about let's do pink? And how about there? And this is one of my favorites because you can scroll through all of these designs to fill. Of course, I did the fishing one this morning. They have shells. And how about like that weird one, leaf? Let's make that blue, touch the screen, and it will fill that area. That's how easy it is. So if you're doing, I know a lot of you are here for quilting, although I don't do quilting. I still do like placemats and stuff like that. I can add the whole thing with beautiful stippling by that, touching it. Okay, one new thing that you can do now, though, is you can click next. And if you look at the screen here, you can change density. You can change the size of any of the stippling. You use these arrows here to scroll through each section to change things. And it's very easy to go back and forth. So once you click set, you're ready to embroider. That's how simple it is to do that embroidery. Now let's just say, okay, we have this design. I don't know where I want this on my fabric. Now, I don't have a hoop in here, but you'll still be able to see. That is the projector button that I just clicked, and it will bring the image over here. You can barely see it. You see that on there? The pink? I must be really boring. Camera one. Squirrel. I'm just messing with you. And if you're watching live on YouTube, you're probably like, what is going on? No, there are not really squirrels here. So I can move this box and show anything on this screen. Let me see if I can change the color. There's the background color. You see that? So whatever design you have, it will reflect exactly on your fabric how it's going to turn out. So this, you can still do features like the snowman feature and stuff like that, but I have used this projector for everything. And I have to tell you, it's been totally accurate. I mean, you might think, well, how is it off a millimeter or anything like that? So far, not that I've counted, but when I want something to go right here, it goes right here, and it works great. All right, so they're not going to kick me off yet. No, oh, good. Okay, I'll extend my time as long as I can. So back to camera 2. Oh, you're still just making sure you're here, Robert. I'm going to click on home, and we talked about this a little bit earlier. This is called quilt sashing. Now, when they first told me about quilt sashing, I was like, yeah. It's really cute, but where am I going to put that? So anyways, you can make really pretty, beautiful tablecloths, things like that. Obviously, you could put it on your quilt as well, but now you can get little pieces from it, which I'm going to show you, and you can use it maybe on a cuff or on your leg, or, you know, don't think outside the box. So if I go in here, you have all of these here. Some of them have different colors. You also have the hexagon, which I teach that one in the master class. Let's just pick one. How about this one here? You can see it on the screen. Click set. And then when you get to this screen, it gives you 2 types of splits. The one on the left is going to keep everything together. So then you would have your quilt or whatever you're using. This one on the right splits it up. So you can pick the pieces that you want. So I'm going to click that. It gives you options here. It wants to know how wide you want it. You can't screw this up, by the way. I mean, like, really, you can't. Pick what size hoop you want. Let's just go with the biggest. Go big or go home. There you go. There's number 1. It tells me it has to be between 4.72 and 118.11. So that's huge. Let's just pick like 50. Oops. 50. Click set. And then go to number 2. It takes you right there. Pick a number. It tells you what it has to be between. Let's do 70. There's a lot going on back there. And then we got number 3. And this is how wide you want the stitches to be. So I'll pick like 3. Click set. And that is going to be my measurements. Click next. And on here, do you see on the screen all these different designs? That's how it's going to be split up. So once I go to embroider, I can take one piece or I can take all of the pieces. Add it to your memory. Click OK. And in here it is. Now, if you look down here at the bottom, I know it's a light color, but hopefully you can see. I can either click on the one that has everything or look at all these little pieces that came out. I've got this here. There's one. Here's another. It gives you a whole bunch of different things you can use. A lot of these look the same. But let's just say, okay, start with the first one. Click set. Click embroidery. It will actually, once you embroider that, when you go to the next one, you know, someone asked if there was lead in the water, where if you've been watching the news from front, I'm like, if I start glowing in the dark, well, I forgot, maybe maybe it's if I just start messing with the mic. Anyways, once you embroider that piece on the screen, it'll show you exactly how to put your fabric in the next hooping. It's so easy to do. And I did it for the first time. I just wished I'd move everything over a little bit, but I gave it as a gift to my mom. She never even noticed that I screwed it up. I mean, I thought I screwed it up, but she loved it. So there's quilt sashing, which is really easy to do. And I just want to go in here and show you one more thing because there's too much. But if you go under here, under video at the top, there are videos built into here. Now you're going to be joining me on the virtual class anyways with 50 classes. Well, he's persistent. He's probably like hanging from a boat. Like I'm stuck in the water. Here you go. And you have videos in here. All kinds of videos. Anything you need help with, you click on here. Here's the quilt sashing. Do you want to learn how to do this? There's a video. It'll show you exactly what to do, step by step. Any questions? All right. So how are we doing? Can I pick a number? Where did Barbara go? Hi. So if you have questions, by the way, on the Luminaire, there's so much to learn. We're going to be right here. And if you want to be a photo for the meet and greet for the Wolf Packer, if you'd like to just hang out, I'm going to be right there. Earlier, I told you all to go back there, and I had the wrong place. So sorry, it's up here. And I would love to see you. And you can catch me if you go to angelawolf.com. I've got a ton of online classes, a ton of free stuff. And I would love, and if you get this machine, I will see you in class. So thank you. Thank you. I know it's like 5 o'clock where everybody's like, dinner or Angela Wolf? Well, thank you for not picking dinner yet. And you all stayed awake. That's like usually I look, I'm like, are you here to see me or are you guys just taking a nap? Or maybe just the Luminaire. So Barbara, who we love from AllBrands, thank you. Has brought me here and that I love it. This is my favorite show. And we have some giveaways. So we have 2 Schmetz needles, which by the way, does anybody get the Schmetz needles newsletter? Well, I was featured in there today showing my favorite sewing notion, which is my clapper. So if you get it, you'll see. But this is for Rhonda will love that we're giving this. And we have a fabulous hat, which if you buy a machine, you get one of these anyways, right? All right, so this is how we do it. We'll make this fast. You're going to say a number, start at 1. And then, okay, oh, you guys are cooperating. Hi. Okay, wait, what number are you? 15? 13. And you're 14. For some reason, I thought you said 15, and you went to 14, and you went to 15. We're good then. All right, so ask Google, what is our number? Oh, wait, we got 2 more ladies over here. You got it? Okay. Sorry, Terry. 26. Schmetz needle bag. Enjoy. We love giveaways. Monica, do the dance. She's trying to teach me. So Karen and Monica, you 2 have to meet one of these times because she came to the studio for the last class. And she serenaded us and she taught us how to dance. I got in all kinds of trouble. Oh no, we're all going to be doing it. Oh, 21. There, well, Karen. And now we have a fabulous hat. Oh, number 2. Congratulations. So I hope you guys have a fabulous show. I'll get this dance done by tomorrow. I'll figure it out. But thank you for being here. Again, I'm Angela Wolf. I'll be over here if anybody wants to say hi, if you want photos, or if you have questions on the machine, it will be right here for your guidance. And I'll be here tomorrow too, 12:30 and 5. Thanks, everyone. Hi. So nice to see some of you.
So that was Angela Wolf doing another fantastic demo with the Brother XP2. I hope that you enjoyed that and I hope that you learned a lot. Yes, awesome demo, Angela. And thank you so much to the Wolf Pack who showed up in the chat and were watching with us. Always so great to see you. Angela is great, Michelle. I wholeheartedly agree. And everyone is thanking Angela in the chat. So it's always great to see you guys. And thank you, Jenny, for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. This has been a really fantastic experience. So we have one more in-person demo today. So let's pull up the schedule really quickly. So we just saw Angela Wolf do another demo on the XP2. Now, if you want to catch Angela again, tomorrow is your last chance to catch Angela live. Angela is going to be demoing the XP2 at 12:30 p.m. tomorrow and at 5 p.m. tomorrow. So the same times as today. So you've got 2 more opportunities to catch her live. Now, we have one more live demo. Like I said, we have one more with Coleen Swettman. Now, Coleen is going to be talking about multi-needle embroidery. We are going to be doing that on one of Brother's PR machines. So stay tuned for that. And then after that, we have 2 demos that have been pre-recorded. The first one Thank you so much to Reen Wilcoxson. Reen pre-recorded, Reen from Embroidery Garden pre-recorded a demo for us. She pre-recorded a video on how to make this really awesome little sewing machine mat that you can put under your machine. It's got a little pocket in it and you can hold notions, thread, scissors, whatever in there. And it also has this really adorable, like little design, embroidery design on it. She made it in the hoop in her XP2. So stay tuned for that. You'll be able to see what that looks like. It's super cute. I'm so excited for you to see it. And then we have Heather Banks. Heather Banks's live demo, or not, I'm sorry, pre-recorded demo. I'm getting ahead of myself here. She is doing a pre-recorded demo on the NQ1700E, I believe. So let me go ahead and double check that for you. Just want to double, triple, quadruple check just so I'm not saying the wrong thing for you. Yes, she will be doing a demo on the NQ1700E right after Reen's pre-recorded demo, and that will be the end of day 3 of the Houston Quilt Show. Guys, this has been such a fantastic day. I hope you have learned a lot, and I hope you're enjoying this live coverage. I know it's a little bit different than actually being in Houston in person, but I hope that it comes slightly, ever so slightly close to the real thing. And I hope that we're giving you the best of the best over here. So yes, thank you, Karen, for watching these demos. I hope that you're enjoying. Shirley's got to run, but thank you, Shirley. Thank you for a great day. Thank you for hanging out with us for the past, 6 or 7 hours, Shirley. You are an absolute trooper and a rock star. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow as well. So we are waiting for Coleen to do her multi-needle embroidery demonstration. But in the meantime, I just wanted to point out to you guys that yes, we do have a mask decorating competition going on right now. So let me just pull that up for you while you can see them getting started on the, or getting put together for the next demonstration. So guys, this mask decorating contest, all you need to do is decorate a mask with CDC approved materials and decorate it fall or Halloween themed. That's the plan, because this is, it's happening on Halloween, or Quilt Fest is falling on Halloween this year. So please do that. Submit your image of your mask over here on this website, or on this link on our site. This is allbrands.com/mask. Go ahead and submit it there, or you can make a Facebook or Instagram post. If you do that, make sure you include the hashtag allbrandsmask in the caption or the description of that image, and that is what will submit you into the competition. So if you scroll down over here, we've already got some demos, we've already got some contest entries here. Now, once your image has been uploaded or submitted and you see it here, go and tell your friends to vote. Tell your friends to go vote on your mask, and the person with the most votes at the end of the mask decorating competition is going to win over $1,000 in prizes. Now, if you look below, you're going to see that you will win 4 different things. All right. If you win this competition, you are going to win a Brother SE 1900 sewing and embroidery machine. Already, that is $1,000 value that we are giving you for free. We're giving the winner that for free. We are also going to be throwing in the Durkee flat cap frame and the dime magnetic frame. And we'll be throwing in Sew Steady's acrylic mask template as well. So if you would like to submit a mask for that, absolutely do it. Absolutely do it. It's free. All you got to do is make a mask, take a picture, upload it, and then you're done. Get people to vote for you. And we are going to announce that winner next week on the AllBrands show. Voting and submissions are closing on November 3rd at 11:59 p.m. And we are going to announce the winner the next day. Here, Shirley said she can't hardly see anything. So let me go ahead and try and zoom in on this for you. Can I not zoom in? Oh, let's see. There we go. All right. Hopefully you can see that a little bit better there, Shirley. Let's see. Hopefully that is better. So these are the rules for the competition. Do it. Sign up. Enter. It's going to be awesome. And we are going to announce that winner live on the AllBrands show November 4th. And for you guys, for the uninitiated, because I know that some of you who are watching are new to AllBrands, we host a live show every single week on Thursday at 3:30 p.m. Central Time. Here on Facebook, on YouTube, wherever you're watching, this is where we have the AllBrands show. If you're watching on our website, we don't have the AllBrands show on our site, actually, correction. But Facebook and YouTube, we do have it on there. So if you are not yet, if you haven't yet, please like us on Facebook and get notifications every time we go live. If you hit get notifications, I believe is the thing, you'll get notifications. Subscribe on YouTube and click that bell, and then you will be good to go. Now, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and bring in Coleen. She is going to be demoing on this fantastic, I think this is the PR680W, the newest machine. So let's take a look.
All right. I need to find a hoop. Oh, well. No, I'm good. That's all I got. It's too big for my shirt. Yeah. All right. Oh, they're leaving me? Y'all are leaving me? I'll be by myself? Okay. Oh, come on over. Hello, I'm Coleen Swettman from Brother, and I'm standing here at the Houston Quilt Festival with my beautiful PR680W. And the W stands for Wi-Fi. So this will take designs and load them instantly from Wi-Fi, which makes it really perfect and wonderful. Let me show you some fun things that it has. I'm going to show you some things on the screen, but I want to show you this first because it's always kind of hard to get a design placed properly on a stripe. But what if I told you the 680W has a tool that will make you perfect every time? No more mistakes. What do you think? Is that exciting? Yes, it is. And that's what this machine can do for you. So perfect stripe, perfect design. Now let me show you how to do that. Now I'm going to make you wait a minute because I can. So I have another tool on here, and this is a tubular arm table. So what this is going to do is when I'm doing a heavy project, a coat, a bulky project like a quilt, this is going to support the weight. It still lets me keep my free arm capabilities, and it tucks away and pulls off easily to a cute flat little nothingness if I don't need it. Pretty useful tool, isn't it? And it stores right wherever I want it to be. So let's get this down. And let's wake up our machine because it's been moved. So it's got to wake up, and it's going to do its little wake up dance to check itself out. And let's go ahead. We're not going to mess with the designs. We're going to mess with showing you some fun stuff. 3mm leather, embroidered on. Beautifully embroidered on, isn't it? And that's one of the things that she can do. You know why I call her a she? Because she's perfect. Okay. So I'm going to go through some of the on-screen features, and we're not going to look at a specific design in particular because they really don't matter that much to us. There's designs on it, and we can add designs to it through either 2 USB ports or direct connection to our computer. But if we choose a design, whoops, I choose too fast. If we choose a design category with something small in it, and I'm going to go smaller, I'm going to go here. There we go. I'm going to choose a little B because sometimes I'll want to just put an applique on. And the reason for an applique is so that the inside looks as good as the outside. So not only do we do that for looks on the cap so that when it's flipped down, it looks nice, but we also do it so that if someone has very tender skin, an applique keeps the majority of the stitching from touching the skin. Very, very useful. And then sometimes for kids, they just want the same thing on every shirt as they grow. So you can just take it off and put it on the next one. So appliques are pretty cool. Now, I want to, just to honor where we are right now. Now, how would you like to do this on your flatbed machine? This little bitty tiny shirt on your flatbed machine? It's what I call a vocabulary enhancing experience. You know what that means, don't you? So this one is so much easier on the multi-needle machine with that nice free arm right here, with all that nice space to hang down. So let's go on. And I'm going to show you something in just a second. In fact, I'm going to grab it right now. I'm going to get rid of that design. And I'm going to choose, let me see, what do I want to choose? What do I want to choose? I want to choose, I'm in the same category, silly girl. I want to choose the dinosaur because I can. So would you take note of my hoop? Didn't I do a marvelous job of hooping? Oh, it's a little off. Huh, is that a big deal to you? No, not with this machine. It's not a big deal at all. So we're going to set our design. We can resize it with recalculation. We can rotate it. We can flip it. We can change colors. We can make it into a border. We can copy and paste it. But I don't need two of them, so I'm going to get rid of him. We can change colors. We can align him if I had more than one. This one would turn him into an applique, which is perfect. And I showed you an applique piece. So there he is as an applique. That was hard to do. All you have to do is remember the right button to push. Now let's go back. This one would add quilting around it. And I don't actually need quilting, but do you see how quickly that popped into place? So I have either the stippling or the echo. So I don't need that. And I'm going to go on to the next page. Rotate it, baste it. This is one of my favorite pages because if I don't like a color, I can just change it or delete it. So I'm going to delete his teeth. Now he's a toothless dinosaur. He's got an outline, but no stitching. So you can delete any part of a design that you don't like. Now I'm going to add those back because I need them in, but I certainly wanted you to see how to do that. Now I'm going to take that dinosaur right there, and I'm going to line him up on here. Now I clearly made a mistake with my hooping. It's pretty sad, but it's okay. We're not going to worry about it because we have this lovely crosshair right here. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to slide it on, and I'm going to tighten it up. There we go. Okay, now we're going to touch OK. And we're going to touch this laser icon right here. It's a square with a crosshair in it. So we're going to touch that guy. We have all of these alignment points. So we have the center and then the all the ones around the outside. I'm going to choose the bottom because I'm working with the pocket. I want my alignment to be on the bottom closest to the pocket. Makes sense, doesn't it? So let's see if you can see, and Robert's going to watch that camera for me so he can set it. I can go horizontally or vertically alignment. I'm going to go horizontal again because I want it along the pocket line. Vertical if it was going to be along a placket. So I'm going to go to next. And on the machine, I have a bright laser crosshair. Can you see that from where you are? Can you help them with the camera see that where they are? Let's see. Okay, right at my finger point. There we go. Can you see that? Okay, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to move this. I'm going to come over here so I'm not in your way. I'm going to move this arrow down. Oops, up. So that the laser crosshair matches the crosshair on my shirt. Okay. Now I've got that perfect. So I'm going to touch next. Now it's way off alignment, isn't it again? It's okay. I'm just going to use my crosshair again. to come right up to the chalk line. This is my second point. And now I'm going to touch set. You see what happened? So my dinosaur is at quite an angle. Let's see. Oh man, I really messed that up, didn't I? But it doesn't matter because what's going to happen when he's stitching? He's going to match exactly. And that's how I did the little crane that I showed you first on the stripe. That's how that was done. Even though it was hooped crooked and stupid, the machine took care of me and took all the mistakes out. Now think about that. If you were doing this for a business and you knew you weren't going to make any mistakes, boy, that makes things better, doesn't it? So that's what I love about this guy. Now I mentioned that it has resizing, so you can resize. So if my kitty cat is this size right here, I can go down, and I can go down 50% and up to 100%. And the stitch count is changing, and that's right on the screen. Very, very useful tool to have that in there. So this guy is a design above a pocket. And let's just say you were doing these and you were selling them. It's really, really important to have that be perfect. And you can see that it is. And how did I get it perfect? The machine did it for me. I didn't have to do anything at all except to use my laser. And you saw how fast and easy that was to work. And it seemed pretty hard, didn't it? Yeah, no, I know I didn't. So this was fun. I was given the bag. Someone made the bag for me. And I wanted to add my name. And you can see that it is absolutely perfectly placed right along the diagonal line. Again, scan it in and let the machine do the work. I mentioned Applique because Applique is such a useful tool. And in this case, the Applique prevents getting a lot of holes in this waterproof fabric. So that's a good thing to have. I mentioned being able to delete a color. Remember I said I just turned off a color? Well, so here's a design that's in the machine. And I just changed this color. I changed one grouping of the leaves to a color. I changed the second grouping of leaves to a different color. And then it became fall and they all went away. So very, very quickly and easily, I was able to change a design to 4 different designs very, very fast with a simple one touch on screen. Isn't that amazing? So it gives you a whole lot of versatility. Now, one of the things I'm always asked about is caps. So this machine does have a cap hoop that you can get for it that will let you do caps. And it's very, very easy to use. Let me pull this off. We have 2 different cap frame drivers here at the event. This is the one I like to show because it's like putting a headband on. And most of the girls in the crowd have worn a headband at one time or another. It works the same way. You put the headband on with the teeth going into the brim of the cap. Put this on the machine and you get a beautiful hat every time. So we all know how to do that part, right? So that's an easy peasy piece. Then I brought a couple of, how am I doing for time? Okay, I brought a couple of odd things because sometimes people think they can't do this. Now this machine comes with the machine and 4 hoops. So 1.5 by 2.5, 4 by 4, 5 by 7, and 8 by 12. So you get 4 different, very useful sizes. But there are extra hoops that you can get to do more things. And one of them is called the shoe clamp. So I put the shoe clamp inside this little baby Ugg boot and put a little design on it. Isn't that fun? So not only is it fun, it's useful because if you wear these little baby Ugg boots to school and you take them off to dry out or because it's school time, you still can find your own pair. And that's very, very useful. Sometimes parents don't want to put a name on something, but a small embroidery, an initial, a design, lets a child know whose it is. And also their teachers and their friends will know it's there. So if they find it lost, they can find it and get it back. That's a baby shoe for baby's first step. Is that fun? So very, very fun. Now, I didn't talk about caps. Yes, I did. Did I talk about caps? Okay. Sometimes I forget what I'm talking about. All right, so I'm going to take this guy off and I'm going to hoop this little tote bag. There we go. So I'm going to hoop my little tote bag right up here. Wherever it went. There it is. I left it right here. Right in front of me so I could find it. So I'm going to slide the inner hoop in. I'm going to latch the outer hoop down. There we go. Now I went into the pocket, and the reason that I went into the pocket is because I can. And also because it keeps the waterproofness of the bag from being ruined. So I'm just going to slide this over my free arm and right underneath the foot. And it just clips right into place. It's going to be perfect every time. The rest of the bag hangs down to here, so I know I'm not going to stitch through it by mistake. There we go. You can see the whole bag there. We're going to go in here, and I'm going to get rid of that design. And I'm going to choose a B for brother. And I'm going to set it. And it's going to come right into the middle of the hoop. So I'm just going to touch edit end and embroidery. What color should I use of my colors? What do you think? Black? Black's the best? Okay. So I'm going to touch close, and black is on spool pin number 4. So I'm just going to tell, the machine thinks it's someplace else, so I'm just going to tell it 4, and it knows to go to 4 now. I'm going to touch OK, and I'm going to touch lock and go. And it's going to embroider, and I have it at a really, really slow speed because when I'm on that side of the aisle, I'm in no hurry to finish. So I'm just going to let her stitch out. Do you have questions for me about anything that we've talked about or looked at? This is going to take us about 2 minutes to stitch. So you have 2 minutes worth of questions. Oh, I don't have one here to show you. It is actually physically a clamp. So you just put one side in, one side on top, and tighten the screw. And it holds like the jaws of death. And I use it. Where'd my purse? There's my purse. I use it not only for shoes. It's called a shoe clamp, but I use it for these little bitty bags. All the space I have to work with is that like 1.5 inches. But with the shoe clamp, I can do that. Is that cool? So the way Brother does things is they name the product for what they're creating it for. So they have a shoe clamp. They have a sleeve hoop. So the sleeve hoop was invented and it came to be for sleeves. There's a sleeve. It's beautiful, isn't it? Well, what if I took that sleeve hoop and I used it on my pant leg? It works just perfectly. It's a 3x7, so it's awesome. What if I did it for a baby onesie, the long ones? Oh, it's perfect for that too. So just because the Brother calls it a sleeve hoop, if you look at it and go, I want that for pant legs or leggings, you go, because that's how it's going to work. Same thing with the shoe clamp. I use it on purses and tote bags and everything. So you really have to look at a hoop or a clamp and go, what What would I want to use that for? Oh, and that's how it works. So just because they called it something doesn't mean anything at all to you. So let me show you this, guys. See, it blinks to get my attention. It says, Mom, I'm done. Isn't that beautiful? It is perfect. So I'm gonna just pop it out. And the reason I just pop from behind is because then the hoop is set for the next one. And I don't have to adjust anything. It's all ready to go. And then I'm gonna zip it shut. And I'm gonna give it to her because she was in the first of the first row. And now you have a little backpack to carry your stuff around in. And it's water resistant. Is that cool? It's fun, isn't it? You can trim away the extra stabilizer if you want to. But I bought these very, very economical zipper bags. And I brought one home to test it because I wasn't sure how pretty it would embroider. But look at how beautiful it can embroider on that. Let's use the word economical fabric. So this machine has wonderful, wonderful tension on it. And it has a longer tension range than some of our other machines. I have never found anything that it did that wasn't absolutely perfect. And over there by the booth, I have some other samples. And one of them is an extremely stretchy polyester knit. And it did a spectacular job on it. And I have to say goodbye because it's time for someone else. So follow me across the aisle and we can answer questions and talk and play. Thank you, sir.
All right, you guys. A fantastic demonstration from Coleen Swettman, doing a great demo, a really in-depth demo on Brother multi-needle machines. That was the PR680W for those of you who were curious. So if you are curious about any of the machines that you have seen today, any of the Brother machines, anything like that, please call our 1-800 number. We have customer service reps that will be there to help you answer questions, get you special pricing, all of it. All of it, all of it. So thank you all so much for a great day of live demos. Now we've got 2 more demonstrations for you today. Those 2 demonstrations have been pre-recorded, like I mentioned earlier. One of them is from Reen Wilcoxson and the other one is from Heather Banks. Now, for those of you who have not yet, we're only halfway through the Quilt Festival. Wow, we're halfway through the Quilt Festival. That's crazy. Time is really flying by today. So we've got 2 more demonstrations for you pre-recorded. But guys, if you haven't yet, please go ahead and like us, follow us on social media, keep in touch with what we're doing. We don't just do this for the Quilt Festival. We do this every single week. We broadcast the AllBrands show here every single week at 3:30 p.m. Central on Thursdays. So please stick around, like us on Facebook, and get notifications if you have not yet. Also, make sure that you're subscribed to us on YouTube and click that bell to make sure that you get notifications every single time we go live. You get a push notification, you can tap on it, it'll take you straight to the video. So let's go ahead and show Reen Wilcoxson's awesome demo, and we will be right back here after for Heather Banks. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in to all of our live coverage of the Houston Quilt Festival. This segment is being pre-recorded, so unfortunately we won't be able to answer any of your questions live on the air with Reen, but if you do have any questions, we will be able to answer them in the chat. So with me today, I have Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden, and we are going to be showing you a really fantastic demo on the Brother Luminaire. Reen, I will just let you take it away.
Thanks, Callie. Hi, everyone. I'm Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden, and today I'm going to show you a couple things. I am going to show you how to do this cute in the hoop. I'm going to call it a machine mat. You can put it underneath your machine so that the machine kind of rests on the top part, and a little pocket down here could catch thread scraps. It could hold some notions for you, scissors, etc. But what we're going to do is we're going to learn about this type of quilting that is referred to as edge to edge, end to end, all over. There are different names for it, but there are 2 built-in edge-to-edge type of designs on the Luminaire or the Luminaire 2. If you have the Luminaire and you've upgraded it with the Kit 2, you would have these 2 quilting designs. And then after I get done showing you how to line them up, I'm going to go into my design center and I'm going to show you how to turn it into this in the hoop little machine mat. So let's go over what I'm going to be using. I'm going to be using the Luminaire XP2. I am going to be using the Dime Snap Hoop Monster. This is their magnetic hoop. I'm using, this one is the 9.5 by 14. I'm going to be using some Dime Stabilizer. This is their no-show stabilizer. It's a lightweight, soft cutaway. I'm going to be using Exquisite Thread. I'm using a 7511 needle and a pre-wound bobbin. You can see I've already gone ahead and I have stitched the first half of this quilting design. And the reason I did that is 1, for time, and 2, because if you are working on a whole quilt, you're not going to sit down and do it all in one sitting. You're going to have to stop the machine and, you know, come back to it another day. So the idea is going to be how you line this up. We're not actually doing a quilt today. I am quilting fabric. If I have time later on, I'm going to show you a project that I've been working on that is an actual quilt that I've been doing this technique on, that has a backing and has batting and has a top. So let's go to the machine to see how we're going to do this. I'm going to change my camera. All right, so we're over here at the machine, and let me just get my hoop brought over here. Wake the machine up. So to find these quilting designs I'm referring to, we are in embroidery mode on the machine. I'm going to hit category 1, and I'm going to scroll all the way over to the very last category, number 15. And if you scroll all the way down, remember this is on a Luminaire 2, or if you have upgraded your machine from a 1 to a 2, you're going to find these 2 quilting designs down here. Let's just look at both of them. This one is kind of a feathery looking design, very pretty. I could see it being used on almost any type of quilt. I'm going to today use this little cute sewing themed quilting motif. So let's first let me go ahead and hit set so we can see it really large. So the whole idea of these types of designs are it has a starting point, and this one, it starts over here, and then it's going to stitch the design and it's going to end over here. And what you do is you take these designs and then you match them up so that they look like an all over quilting pattern when you're finished. And with the Luminaire, it's really easy to do because you have certain features of the Luminaire that are going to help you. So what I'm going to show you now is I'm going to show you how to bring in that other pattern to line it up here. And this is where I stopped. And you're going to notice I have a long tail, a thread tail. You want that. So we're going to get ready to line up this new design with the one that I've already stitched. So the first thing I have to do is this design, if you look up here, it's come in at almost 10 by 15. So it's for the big hoop. What's really great about these built-in designs are that you can edit them. So let's click edit. And on this one, I'm going to resize it because I'm just quilting fabric. If I were doing a whole quilt, this size would be perfect because I could do some simple math and figure out how many hoopings I would need to go across my quilt and to go down my quilt. But on this project that I'm doing today, I'm going to resize it, and I'm going to use this button right here to resize. This is the resize button that is going to regenerate the stitches. Now this just is a running stitch design, but I'm going to go ahead and use it. And the machine is asking me to reset the pattern to its original size and position. I'm going to hit OK. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to resize it. And I'm just going to take this design down all the way, as far down as I can get it, as small as it'll go. And the machine will tell you when you've reached that point. And I reached the point right there. Hear the knock, knock. That means it won't go any smaller. So for this particular design, I need to rotate it for the project that I'm working on. So let's go back up to edit, and I'm going to rotate. Whoops, I hit the wrong one. That's all right. My mouse is being a little crazy here. I'll reset it, and I'm going to rotate 90 to the left. And let me just touch it here. My mouse is being a little crazy on me today. Okay, so I have it where I need it according to size and position. So I'll hit OK. And now I need to line it up with the design that I've already stitched. Now again, remember, it's going to start stitching here and it's going to end up here. So let's hit embroidery and get ready to stitch. And I'm going to use the projector. The projector is this cone-shaped little icon. And what it's doing is it's going to project this design down onto my hoop. Okay, now this is where I left off. And let's see if I can't get a little better angle for you here. Let's see, I think you're going to be able to see this. So I'm going to have to move the design up some. I keep moving it up until I need to find that starting position. And I believe it's coming up, and there it is. You can see where the design is actually going to start stitching is right here. And I need to line this point up with where I ended. And I see that the light, it's a little hard to see. I do need to move it up. And hopefully you can see it. I know it is a little, there's glare. I got a real sunny day today, but I'm trying to line up that start point with where I ended. And it looks like I'm right there. And here you can see my tail, and then you can see the start point on the next design. So let me just move the camera back. And now that I have it lined up, what I like to do is use the advanced stitch key and advance the design one step. This is where it's going to start. And I can look and I can see if I'm exactly lined up by pressing needle down. And it looks like I am exactly where I need to be. So what I'm going to do, I press needle down, I press needle up. And what I'm doing is I'm bringing up my bobbin thread. So I've got my bobbin thread, my top thread, and then this is my thread that I ended with. You want all these to be on the top side of the hoop, because what we're going to do is after it's done stitching, I'm going to thread a needle with these tails, and I'm going to take it to the back side. Now, again, this project isn't a quilt, meaning there is no backing on it right now. There is no fabric down here on the bottom. But if you were doing an actual quilt, you would have backing fabric on, and you would want to bring the tails to the back side, knot them off, and bury them in the layers. One thing I want to do also, and let me show you this on the machine, come back. You want to turn your cutter off. So meaning when this machine, when the design starts or stops, you want the cutter to be turned off, and it's going to be in color trim. Just click it so that it's not highlighted, because you want those long tails. You don't want the machine to knot and cut the tails so that it leaves a knot on the back side. You want your back side to look as nice as the front side does. So I'm going to turn you back to the machine because we're getting ready now to stitch this step. I'm going to lower the foot, press the button, and it's going to start stitching. Keep that little thread out of the way a little bit. And it's going to go and it's going to stitch the top half of the design. So we'll let this stitch. And then we're going to go into my design center, which is kind of the built-in digitizing part of the machine. My design center is on the Luminaire. It's on the 10 needle, and I believe it's on a few of the other top-of-the-line Brother machines. You can see that this design is like it's an actual quilting design. It's doing a running stitch, and it's continuous, and it's going to end up looking really cute. I think the sewing motif is a really cute little design. It can be used on so many things. So if you were doing a large quilt, you could size these two built-in designs on the Luminaire to whatever size you needed so that you could do some simple math and resize the quilting file so that it would fit your quilt perfectly going across the width and going top to bottom. That's why I like using these two built-in designs, because you had that option of changing the size on them. It only takes a couple minutes for these designs to stitch. If you were doing a large quilt, after this portion got done stitching, you would line up your next file and go ahead and stitch it. While this is finished stitching, I think I will change the camera, and I'm going to show you kind of what I mean by when I say lining up another file. All right, so this is a project I've been working on. It's a little fall quilt, and I've been doing this type of quilting on it. I've been using the diamagnetic hoop. Let me just kind of hold it up here a little bit for you. And you can probably see, let's find where I ended. I ended right over here. Here, let's see, where's my tail at that I ended? Here it is. So again, this is my tail that I ended, this file here. Now I'm ready to line up my next file. I like to print them out sometimes just so that, you know, it gives me an idea of how it's going to get laid out. But I would just rehoop this again in my magnetic hoop, line up where the next file starts with where I ended, and stitch this file, then go unhoop, line it up again, and continue stitching. Let me show you the back. That's where you can really see the quilting on this. Hopefully you can see it. So it's these little sunflowers that I've been stitching on here. I've been using Cuddle Minky on the back side, and it's just, it looks beautiful. You can't even tell where I stopped and started on this. So this is kind of what I'm talking about to do if you are doing a quilt. We are doing a small little project today. Anyone in the AllBrands booth can help you. The Brother educators can show you more of this in depth and answer a lot of the questions that you have. Let's go back to the machine and see what's going on with what I've been stitching. All right, so the file is done stitching. I've got the second one. You're going to notice that I didn't cut the tails because the machine, I told it not to. So I'm just going to leave a long tail here. And if I were doing a quilt, again, whoops, if I were doing a quilt, I would line my next file up here and then quilt it. And that's it, how easy this is to do, especially with the projector that's built in on the machine. But we're going to take this and we're going to turn it into that little in the hoop project. I will take a needle and thread and thread these tails and bring them to the back side. I'm not going to do that right now because I don't have my glasses on and it would take me a while to do it. So we're just going to pretend that I threaded these tails and I pulled them to the back side of the hoop and knotted them off. So let's get ready now to turn this into our little mat, our in the hoop project that we're going to use our quilted fabric on. So let's go back to the screen of the machine. I'm going to hit OK because I'm finished embroidering. Go back to the little house that takes me home, asking me to cancel what's on the screen. That's OK. Okay, so to make our mat, we're going to go into my design center. This is the digitizing part of the machine. It's the built-in kind of auto digitizing section. And we're going to make the in the hoop part that's going to stitch the mat together. So if you let's look at our mat again, and you're going to see it's a big rectangle, how it got stitched together. So I need a shape. Let's go into shapes. And I'm going to pick a square. And I'm going to hit OK. Now I did a little measuring to determine how big of a rectangle that I need to stitch my mat together. And let's go into size to get that size figured out. It needs to be about 9¼ inches wide. So I'm going to use the button that's going to make it larger. And I'm watching that bottom number because I want to get to 925. Almost there. There 925 is the width. That's the bottom number. The height, I needed that to be at about 11.65. And okay, I'm there. I'm going to hit OK. Now, it defaults to a zigzag stitch. You can see the big zigzag up there. I don't want my mat to be sewn together with a zigzag. So I'm going to hit that zigzag, and it takes me to the line properties. What I want is a running stitch, and that's the second icon here. I'm going to change to a green color only so that you can see the change that's going to happen. To apply that running stitch, I need to hit the bucket that's under the line properties and then touch the rectangle that I created, and it turned green. So now the stitch will stitch all the way around, and we need an opening so that we can turn it to the right side when it's finished. So I'm going to make an opening by using the eraser. When the eraser opens up, it gives you two choices. You could have a round eraser or a square. I'll just use a square. You can make the eraser larger if you want. I'll just make it a little bit larger so maybe you can see it a little bit better. And so I'm going to make my opening at the top. So I'm just going to take my finger and erase what I think looks like a good opening. I'm going to hit OK. So now this is ready to stitch out. I'm going to hit next. On this screen, if I wanted to, I could edit this. Let's say, for example, I wanted a triple stitch maybe to stitch this together. I could hit edit, then the triple stitch and hit OK, and it would change it for me. Now it's going to, we're done with this. We're ready to move on. When you hit set, it tells you that it's going to convert the embroidery pattern, and we're going to leave my design center, and it's asking you if that's okay. Down here at the bottom, I'm going to hit OK. And now I'm on the embroidery part of the machine. So we're going to get ready to embroider this. I hit embroidery. Now, how do I know that this rectangle that I created is going to stitch where it needs to? We're going to use the projector again. So I'm going to hit the cone. It's going to project this big rectangle onto the screen. I'm going to drag the box down here to the bottom so that I can see where it lines up. And let's see if I can get you to be able to see where it lines up. So this green line, this straight line, it's right here. You can see it's kind of high. I mean, I need it to be just a little bit above those ending lines right there, my thread tails. So I'm going to use my arrow buttons, and I'm going to move the pattern down. see how it came down. I can bring it down as much as I need it to be. I just want to make sure that my stitch line, and it kind of goes a little crazy with the colors when you get close to it like this. But my stitch line now is right here. My thread tails are below it, so I know that I'm good. I'm going to use the box, and I'm moving the box all the way up to the top because I want to make sure that this little ending area up here is not going to be seen when the design gets done stitching, when it stitches it all together. So it looks like it's going to be good. I'm hitting OK. But wait, I want a pocket. And I'm going to try to move this a little bit closer so that you can see it. So to add a pocket, all I did was I took a folded piece of fabric, the same width as the fabric I have in the hoop. I folded it wrong sides together and pressed it, and that's going to be my pocket. I could use either side. I like this side better. And I'm going to place it really wherever I want, just knowing that my stitch line, when it stitches it together, is about right here. So I need to have this end of the fabric, the raw edge, so that make sure that it's going to be caught by the stitch line. And that looks like it's going to be good. All I need is one more piece of fabric, and this will lay right side down over the top of the hoop. Let me just get it over there. And remember, we would have taken these thread tails and threaded them in a needle and brought them to the back side. This is all nice and smooth, and I'm ready to stitch. So I'm just going to push the go button, and it's going to stitch all the way around in a running stitch, and it's going to leave an opening there at the top of the hoop, and that's how we're going to turn this to the right side. So this is one that I stitched previously, the exact same way. I have taken it out of the hoop. I trimmed around it. I trimmed a 1/4 inch past the stitching all the way around. There's my 1/4 inch. I left it longer at my opening because I'm going to have some fabric to be able to turn in and hide it. And I clipped my corners diagonally to get the bulk out of them. All I have to do is reach inside. And I will show you on this one, there's where I brought those thread tails to the back and knotted them off. And I'm just going to turn this. I'm going to get my little tool that I like to poke my corners out. And our little project is going to be done. Let me try and see if I can't get you to see that quilting file there. See how nicely it lined up. Once I turn my raw edges in, I can close them with hand sewing. I can close them with fusible tape. It's not really going to matter. Get all those threads down inside and give it a nice press. And you can see I have my little mat with my pocket here to put notions or anything in. And that's really how easy it is to create something like this in the hoop and with an all over type of quilting design.
All right. So that was our demo with Reen Wilcoxson. I hope you enjoyed that. Let me go ahead and pull up our next one. Thank you all so very much for continuing to watch the Quilt Fest with us. I do really appreciate it. We've been streaming for, geez, about 7 hours today. I think something like that. So today's been a crazy day. We still have one more full day of festival, and that is tomorrow. So we will be showing you a lot more tomorrow. Tomorrow is your last day to catch Angela Wolf if you missed her today. She's going to be doing more demos on the XP2 tomorrow. So With that said, let's move on to our final demo of the day, and that is a pre-recorded demo from Heather Banks. She is going to be talking about the NQ1700E, which is something I'm really excited for you all to see. She's going to show you the features, things that come with it, and some things that you can do with that machine straight out of the box. So let's pull that up.
Hi from the AllBrands booth at Quilt Festival. I'm Heather Banks, one of your brother educators, and in this session, I'll be demonstrating the NQ1700E. This is an embroidery-only machine with a large hoop. If you've been looking to move up in hoop size, this might be your machine. It cuts jump stitches and is the perfect size for travel as well. Let's jump right in and see why it's such a popular embroidery machine. Brothers NQ1700E is an embroidery-only machine. What makes this machine so special? Well, it has a lot of high-end bells and whistles, and I'm going to reveal those to you today. In addition, it's wireless capable, so you can send designs from your computer to this machine using Brothers' free design database transfer app. If you're looking for a dedicated embroidery machine so you can sew while your machine embroiders, then this machine would be perfect. Get twice as much done while your embroidery machine stitches. So here you can see this is the 1700E. This is the body of the machine, and then it has a separate embroidery arm, which is right here. Now we'll go ahead and put the embroidery arm on so we can turn the machine on and show you some of the specifics. It's pretty simple to put on. You just slide the arm straight on. Now we can turn on the machine, and we can show you a few more details. So with the embroidery arm attached, this machine weighs 27 pounds. Now you wouldn't want to carry it with it attached, but that is the entire weight of the unit. It is 27 inches long from one side to the other and about 12 inches high. With this machine, you get 8.3 inches from the needle to the arm. So there's quite a bit of space in here, which is what allows you to have a larger hoop. There is an LED port on this side, so you can import designs directly into the machine using the USB. And then there are two LED lights at the top. And to give you an example of what it is like without the LED lights, let's turn those off so you can see the difference those make. So if we scroll over in the menu, then you can see this is the difference. So those two LED lights actually give you quite a bit of light down underneath as well. Let's take a look at what is included with the machine. You will get two hoops, a 5x7 hoop and a large 6x10 hoop. Additionally, both hoops come with plastic inserts with a grid so that you can line up your designs easier. And then they come with an accessory pouch. So you'll expect to get lots of little tools like screwdriver, needles, bobbins, seam ripper, things like that. So in this package comes the machine's body, the embroidery arm, two hoops, and tools. Let's take a closer look at how this machine is threaded. Brother machines have a numbered threading system, so you follow the numbers until you end up at the back of the needle bar. Once there, I'm simply going to wrap my thread in front of the last number and pull the tail off. Now I'm going to be using the advanced needle threading system, which is right here on the right. And what I will do is lower my presser foot and push this lever down. And that is all it takes. Let's see that close up. Lower your presser foot and press the lever. That's it. That is how you thread this Brother machine. It's as simple as that. This machine uses a 90 weight bobbin thread. It has a drop-in bobbin, so it's easy to place inside the machine. You simply drop it inside and bring the thread around and place the cover back over the bobbin. This is the main screen of the NQ1700E. Within this machine are 258 built-in designs. This includes 13 different lettering fonts, as well as 2 different floral alphabets. With this feature, you can see how much design space is still left within the hoop. This is a really nice feature because I can see that there is plenty of space to add additional designs, or I can simply look at the design close up and see what I think of the design details. In the first 2 categories, you'll find a wide variety of embroidery designs. You can scroll through and see what kinds of designs you want to use and see how different they are. Again, we can always use the enhancement ability of the screen to see what the design looks like in detail, as well as to see how much room it will take in the hoop. The size of the design is always displayed at the top right corner as well. This is one of my favorite designs. And it takes up almost all of the design space you can see here in the 6 by 10 inch hoop. This is letting me know over here on the side that this is the only hoop this design will fit into. These are grayed out because the smaller hoops won't work at this size. Let's go ahead and do a little bit more editing. So I can use my finger to drag and drop across the screen, or I can also enlarge the design so I can really see the design details. You can enlarge up to 300%. I can resize my design. Right here, this tells me how tall or wide it is, but I can make it smaller, I can make it larger, I can make it disproportional as well and make it just taller or wider. This will just take me back to the original size of the design. I can rotate my designs. I can also mirror image my design. So here you can see that I've completely changed the direction. Now, if I want to add to my design, which is very popular if you were thinking about personalizing the design and you wanted to add a name or a monogram, you can use the Add button. So I would simply press Add and then go to, in this instance, let's add text. So perhaps I want to add a name or description. So we'll go ahead and just spell out the word cat. Now I can move this letter anywhere I want onto my screen in the design space. So this kind of works for me. I'm liking that. And this will give you an idea of how we can edit or change on the screen. As you can see, this is plenty big for me to be able to decide if I'm happy with this. And additionally, let's do some font editing because you can make other changes here on the screen. I can spread out the letters. I can move them closer. I can make, for instance, just one letter larger or smaller. I can turn the lettering or fonts into an array. So I can bend the letters a little bit, change the orientation. And I think this one is particularly helpful. I can change the font itself. So maybe the original font I picked isn't really what I'm liking. So I can change that as well. So let's go ahead and add one more element to this design space. And let's just choose a simple square to go around our cat design. You can see there are quite a few to choose from. Press Set. And we can then resize this. So I'm going to go ahead and fill in this space around my design is almost 7 inches tall, and let's see how well it fits into the hoop. So really with this machine, you're getting a very large hoop that will allow you to put a lot of different designs in it at one time. Okay, so once we've reached the end of the different editing categories, we can also save directly to the machine. We can save to a USB. Let's look at the wireless feature in a little bit more detail. Here in the bottom right-hand corner is the wireless button, and you can see that it is currently connected to my wireless because it is blue. All this is telling me is that my wireless has been set up. It is currently established. If I push the pocket, what this will do is allow me to import a design from each of these locations. So designs that I've saved to the machine, for instance, our cat that we just saved, can be pulled up and brought back for use. So there's our cat that we saved to the machine. If I push this button, I can also, this is where I would import any designs that are on a USB drive, thumb drive, and this would allow me to bring over designs wirelessly from my PC. So if I send a design from my PC to the machine, this is the button that I would use to retrieve it. Well, Brother has a new app called Design Database Transfer App, and this app is free. It's free to all users, and with it, you can send designs from your PC to this machine when you're connected to the wireless. This is an example of what Design Database Transfer will look like on your computer. You can choose from the designs in your computer, which you see here at the top of the screen, and then you transfer them wirelessly from this app to your machine. We'll begin by placing our hooped fabric, and we'll be using the 6 by 10 inch hoop, into the arm of the embroidery machine and press down the lever. This hoop is now ready for stitching. At the screen, we'll go ahead and choose a letter to stitch out, and we'll just pick any random letter and go ahead and size it up. Let's do the biggest letter we can, which is just under 2 inches, and press OK. Now I'm all finished with my editing. One of the things that we can do is something that we call an outline or a trace option, and that's what you're seeing right here. So when I press this button, the machine or the needle will go around in a square that represents the size of the letter. This is a nice way to know if you are going to be stitching in the area you want. Okay, so what happens is you push the outline or trace. Now this would be needle positions that represent the corners or the sides of our design. If I press this button, it will simply go in a full complete square, showing me where it was going to stitch. Perfect. Let's press OK. And then let's go to the final screen. So now on this screen, what you'll see is all of the information about our design. So right here, I know there are 932 stitches in this B. It will take approximately 4 minutes to stitch out, and there will be 1 thread change. That's it. It also tells me which foot to use and the color that's been chosen. Another option you do have in this machine is that you can, if I go back a couple screens, I can change the color of the thread on the screen. Of course, you can change the color when you change any thread in the machine itself. But if I want to see what it looks like on the screen, then I simply press this option and I can go through any of the colors and choose one that I like. So I'm going to go ahead and go with that one, finish our editing, and go to the final embroidery screen. So now you can see we'll actually see the purple color on the screen. One final thing to note on this is the jump stitch function. Now I mentioned that this machine contains high-end features. One of these features is the fact that it can cut jump stitches. Now, what is a jump stitch, you may be wondering if you're especially new to embroidery. Here is an example of something that I have stitched. In this case, I left the jump stitches off. I did not cut them. And what I have are places where the thread jumped from one location to another. When jump stitches are not trimmed, you're left with a piece of thread that exists between these areas. With this machine, the jump stitches are automatically trimmed. So instead of having to go back and trim each of these sections later at a different time, they will automatically be trimmed for me. And this really is a time-saving function and a reason why the 1700 has features I would consider to be in a high-end machine. Another reason you may want to turn off the jump stitches, and you can do that here by simply pressing these buttons, is if you are doing in the hoop quilting. If you are a quilter and you use embroidery designs for quilting and you want to be able to tie off your threads and bury them in the quilt, then you would want to just turn these off, and this would keep your machine from trimming the jump stitches. Let's press OK, and let's go ahead and start stitching. Another high-end exciting feature of the NQ1700E is its ability to start embroidering without needing to press the presser foot down button. It will start automatically. Let me show you how. In the settings screen, we have an option, and it is for embroidery foot auto down. If you turn this on like you see here, then when we go to stitch, all we need to do is get into embroidery mode and the button will turn green. This means instead of having to manually put the presser foot down, I can simply start embroidering. Okay, so what's happened here is that our bobbin thread has run out in the middle of our design. What do? Is there an option on the machine for handling this? Let's head back over to the screen. Now I'm going to go ahead and push the -+ button. And what this does is it allows me to move my stitch where I am located in my stitches forward or backwards. So if I'm right now at 495, and that is exactly where my bobbin ran out, if I start here at 496, then my threads will not be tied off. They will stay loose. They don't have something to attach them. So what I want to do is be able to move backwards and run over the stitches and basically tie them off. So what I've done at the machine is I have removed the hoop, changed my bobbin. That was just a simple task. And now I'm going to go back to the screen and I'm going to move back, and the amount is subjective. I'm going to go back 20 stitches, press OK. And now I'm going to stitch back over those stitches, and then I'll trim off these excess threads. Now, if we go back to the screen, you'll see that the stitch count is changing. It's actually increasing to show us how many stitches have been put into our design. This lets me know that we are on the last minute of our stitch out and that all of the colors have been used. Notice when it reaches the end that it does a tie-off stitch automatically and trims the thread. There we go. It's all done. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, this looks really great. I'm just going to trim off those threads from when I changed my bobbin, and pretty much good to go and use this design. The results turned out really great. What are some of the other things you can do with an embroidery machine like this? Well, you're buying it for personalization, right? I mean, you want to be able to add names. You want to be able to decorate the way you like. Here's a cork bag that I created. This was actually sewn together. And you can see how beautifully this machine stitches out on cork. And I was able to use a built-in font and personalize that. Here is a garden flag, and something that, again, is a built-in design, but something that you could create using this machine. And again, personalization, that's kind of key. And one of the main reasons people love embroidery is to be able to personalize it and make it unique and special for them. Another way that you can use your machine, your embroidery machine, is to make custom quilt labels for people. So here's something where I use one of the built-in shapes on the outside or the outline, and then I use the built-in fonts to simply create a very special, very personal quilt label. And if you are a Disney fan, you can always go to Brothers iBroidery.com site and download Disney designs. And again, here is one of the built-in frames and fonts used with a Cruella de Vil Disney design. So you can always go there. Again, that was iBroidery.com to get your Disney designs. Here's one other design that's currently a work in progress, but this is one of the fonts that came from the machine as well as a design. Now, this is a single stitch design intended for more than likely something that you would use to quilt with, but I've simply stitched it out twice and you get an adorable sewing room theme decor. So again, something that is found directly in the 1700. Use the NQ 1700 to personalize your projects, make unforgettable gifts and home decor for yourself and others. Thank you so much for joining me, and enjoy Quilt Festival with AllBrands.
That was our final demonstration of the day. I hope that you enjoyed Heather talking about the NQ 1700E. Really informative stuff. And yeah, Cindy, that is a really pretty bag. I really like it. So y'all, we are done. We're done for the day. We have one more full day tomorrow. Let's just, if you're still here, let's get a little sneak peek of tomorrow's demo schedule. This is tomorrow. We're going to start off with Laura Starr and More So Steady with Kate Quinn. Another Quilt Club demonstration. Cindy Hogan. We've got Angela tomorrow for the last time this weekend. So if you want to catch Angela live for the weekend, tomorrow is the last day to do it at 12:30 and at 5 p.m. So be here tomorrow at 10:30. Thank you all so very much for all of you still watching. I really appreciate it. Please be sure that you're following us on social media. If you aren't yet, you can follow us at AllBrands 1976. We are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. Our YouTube is AllBrands Corporate. Go subscribe to our channel and give us show us some love over there. So click the bell to get notifications every time that we go live. And we will be going live again tomorrow, bright and early at 10:30 a.m. So guys, I will see you then. You have been absolutely amazing today. We love you. We appreciate you. And we will catch you on the flip side tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. for more Quilt Fest demos. All right. See you then, everybody. Signing off. Good night.